right, all right. Lunar charge damage. Okay. Oh. That's not the thing that I want to press. That's facts of her. Time to level her up to the max. Hopefully. Give me... yeah, please. Come on. I mean, from what I understand, it's not like this. It makes it not good in the end. Yeah, shouldn't even bother. No, you go energy charge. One, two, three, four. If it goes once more into crit, then it can be officially made. Into something interesting enough. Hmm. Meanwhile, I can farm other things every day of the week. Nice. Okay, let's watch video. You've been lied to about Charlie Kirk. Polychromes. That will definitely make everything
Combat data
I say in
updated.
this video.
Please rest assured that
Be
I will
considered
not blow the
18
roof
plus.
off again.
No, let's not. Okay, but all our news probably. Well, changes I watched already. Thoughts on Zenless Zero and game by average luck gamer. 5 minutes. That's nice.
I love Zenless Zone Zero, but recently it's been feeling a little less fun. And I did a very unstructured stream the other day, and I want to apologize, not for anything that I said, but for the unstructured way that I said it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to distill my points in a few minutes, and then you can make the call as to whether or not you agree with me or not. Please do remember to like, subscribe, leave a comment down below, you know, for the algorithm. Anyway, first things first then, let's start talking about why Endgame feels less fun. So, Endgame currently feels less fun because it's harder and harder to play the way that you want to play. And part of the cause of this is HP inflation. So this graph here is showing the HP from where it was and when Deadly Assault started back in 1.4 all the way up to now. And you can see it started under 200 million, like 190 million-ish HP, and it's now over 330 million HP. So it's a pretty big increase. And pushing the HP up like this is making the game a little harder each time it happens. And it's a little bit difficult sometimes to call it out when this is happening. And we have been saying for a little while that, you know, oh, it's something that we need to keep an eye on. And I think now it's reached the tipping point where it's like, okay, this is definitely pretty big problem. It's not just HP that's the problem. It's also the boss design. And I'll explain. So the bosses are being designed in a way where they work with very specific characters or very specific teams. And what this is doing is it's limiting player creativity, flexibility, and expression by meaning that you have to run certain teams into certain bosses. Now, stay with me here, because right now, at 330 million total HP, I think the Defiler specifically has like 99 million HP, and you can still brute force the Defiler with anomaly teams. However, the boss does not exist in isolation without the context of this history. And the history here is telling us that the HP is going to go up on that boss. And it's going to go up on Fiend, and it's going to go up on Priest, and it's going to go up on Dead End Butcher. And that means that as that boss HP goes higher, it gets harder and harder for players to express creativity and to play the game the way that they want to play.
Calculation.
And it forces us to use the specific teams that the game wants us to use against these bosses, which for me feels less fun. It also becomes a much steeper learning curve for people coming in, and it's going to become harder for players to pull all of the characters they need for these teams, potentially. Especially if the HP continues to go up, then the idea of normalizing 2 or 3 limited S ranks per team will be something that happens. And that's where I am about the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you here
at least something.
What I'm going to send on the feedback survey, and I'm going to do it right after I've recorded this. You can open the game, you can go in, you can leave feedback at any time, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to send this, and I'm going to leave it pinned down below, and you can do what you want. But I'm going to read it out. HP inflation has been aggressive recently. It's happening too fast. There's a necessity for it in gacha games, but it needs to slow down in ZZZ because it is limiting creativity and team building and making the endgame feel less fun. I understand that the current rate of HP inflation is to turn low spenders into dolphins and dolphins into whales. However, we will likely lose many players that can't or don't want to invest any more real money from the speed of HP increase. If the amount of HP inflation is lessened, more players are more likely to stay, resulting in longer term players and overall higher returns. I feel like talking about money might just get through. I want to echo what I said at the start. I love this game. I want it to get better. I want to carry on playing it. And portions of the player base might very well think this is just skill issue. Except the numbers are going up, the direction is clear, and we could all end up playing the same teams against whatever bosses they design for those teams. And that just sounds way less fun. ZZZ is a skill-based game that rewarded player expression and skill. And I feel like that could go away. ZZZ deserves better. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe. If you don't have anything to add, then just drop your favorite emoji down below for engagement. That's what I've got to say. Normal content will resume next week. There'll probably be an account review where I took someone from 5 to 9 stars on this DA. Anyway. Bye.
So it actually... How interesting. How fucking interesting. So it has been like that. But only for 4-star artifacts. Well. I'm curious.
Want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. What a place! Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin? I'm heading east. Best I don't see you over in the west here, then.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What's up, guys? It's Flossin, and today I'm here to defend my side chick because the entire internet is doom posting her. And
The seed doom posting is out of control. Sounds on zero by focusing on you.
I'll be 100% honest, I'm falling for the rage bait. In all seriousness though, it's been a couple days since Seed came out, and there's already lots of talk in the community about her launch. Pridewind didn't help this either with their placement of Seed at tier 1, the lowest any limited agent has been ranked since release. And even though I do agree with the tier 1 placement, a lot of people are just saying wrong things about her and I feel like it's mostly because people aren't as informed about Seed as they need to be. So today, I want to give my honest thoughts on Seed now that I've tested her. I'll give you my first impressions, things I've learned about her rotations, and what people are missing about Seed to hopefully clear the misconceptions about her being a bad agent. If you find this video informative or just enjoy it at all, be sure to drop a like and subscribe. It's completely free and lets me know you enjoy this type of content. Now, with formalities out of the way, let's talk games. Oh goodness, oh me. It looks like the Rage Baiter has turned into the Rage Baitee. I guess you really reap what you sow around here. Anyway, let's do a quick rundown of Seed's gameplay loop so we're all on the same page. Nothing like a
So this. Wait. This looks like an observatory. Yet it has a floor there? No, probably it isn't used as an observatory no more. Oh, shadow jumps. Oh, who knows? Interesting. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh. It's pretty far away.
Chips are down. It always comes down to us.
That potato's so orange. Ah. I don't want to collect primogems yet. Long way up. Huh. There's pretty much nothing. Go even more up. No, it's literally right there. Um. Mm-hmm. No, there's nothing there. Let's just climb. There it is. Hmm. Yo, what?
Hip.
Into the wind.
Mm-hmm. 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 Completely useless.
Use the force off.
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
A dash of frosting! The pinnacle of excellence!
Mine to wield.
Ha! One way through time! Ha! Ah!
Use the force authorized.
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song!
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Goose on the loose!
Extinguished.
Ja, ja, ha.
Mine to wield.
Ja. Ja. Ha. Ja. Let the world collide!
Insulation chamber.
A little amuse bouche. At first, the flavor.
Nice.
How brilliant! Ah.
Cleanup sequence in it.
Let my name echo in song!
Annihilation mode.
A dash of frosting! Goose on the loose! Extinguished! Ha! Power! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! A little amuse-bouche! At first, the flavor! Start! Yeah!
Mine to wield.
What is love? Oh baby, don't hurt me. Not hurt me. No more. No more.
Shower me with praise!
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Let the world come alive! Ha! Yeah! Off to the freezer! Goose on the loose! Extinguish!
Mine to wield.
Ha! Ha! Time to shine!
Insulation chamber deployed.
A burst of flavor! Search!
Mine to wield.
Yeah. Ha, ha. Ah.
It is pretty dark. Let's switch that for free now.
Witness my magnificence!
To walk over the land. Oh.
Try and stop me! The show begins!
Yeah, while we're at it, let's listen to something. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Seed dump posting is out of control. Listen.
In-depth guide video, just the basics you need to understand the points I'll touch on in this video. So, Seed 101. The most important thing about Seed is that little bar below her health bar. You can fill this bar with her basic attacks, or by consuming her EX special, or even consuming another attacker's EX special. Once the bar fills, it changes from blue to yellow, and that lets you activate her enhanced basic attack. That's where majority of Seed's damage comes from. In caveman terms, hit enemy, bar turn yellow, hold button, Oonga Boonga punch. Seed's surface level loop is pretty simple, but here's the thing, that's only true if you actually read her kit. And clearly, some people haven't, okay? Now, I don't know why, but I've seen people trying to run Seed in wheelchair teams with Astra and Nicole. And guys, her additional ability only activates with another attacker. Of course she's bad if you force her into comps she's not meant for. Now, this is only a small minority of people, but please, let's stop running Seed with Trigger plus Astra or Astra plus Nicole. It's hurting my eyes at this point. Now, let's get into the real meat of the Doom posting. Seed needs another attacker, and that creates a lot of tension during fights. Attackers in Zenless are usually the ones who hog most of the field time. They want to stay on field, build up resources, and dish out damage. Zhiyuan is the only real outlier because she plays like a burst nuker. But the problem is very obvious. Seed is an attacker, but she needs another attacker to reach full potential. And that means they clash for field time both in and outside of stun windows. And a lot of people have been saying, Seed teams feel bad, it's terrible to play, you can't ult with both attackers and the stun window. And honestly, I totally get it. I felt the same way when I first got her. I didn't know how to rotate with any of the attackers I paired her with because I was so used to leaving one attacker on the field for long stretches of time. I even ran into this exact issue during my stream the other day with chat. But there's two crucial things I learned when it comes to Seed teams. Number one, you have to forget everything you know about attackers, and number two, you have to abuse core mechanics to make Seed work. What do I mean by this? Well, let's break it down, starting with the first one. Forget everything you know about attackers. Now, normally, attackers are greedy. They're the star of the show. But with Seed plus another attacker, you need to unlearn that. The second attacker's job is to help fill Seed's bar. Think of them almost like a support. You run a full basic attack string on them, then swap to Seed while they're still on the field, aka switch tech. During your rotations, you're gonna be constantly bouncing back and forth between the two, using full attack strings, swapping, and weaving in EX specials when you can to build Seed's charge. Also, something very important, don't activate the stun window with no resources. Now, early on, you should be filling Seed's bar so she can use her enhanced basic attack to not only build up decibels, but to also get damage out. But once you're around the 60 to 70% stun, you want to pivot and start stockpiling energy and resources to blow when the stun actually happens.
Gotcha.
The simplest way to put it, treat your other attacker like you treat supports in normal teams. Quick in and out attack strings, feeding Seed her resources. And that synergy also works both ways because Seed also refunds energy to her Vanguard thanks to her additional ability. The second thing is to abuse core mechanics. I think players are fumbling with chain attacks and ultimates. A lot of the times, players are saving ultimates until the bar grays out at the very end of the stun. But that doesn't work with Seed due to how long her ultimate takes to finish. Instead, players should try to activate her ult while the stun bar is still rainbow. That means canceling chain attacks and manually switching to get both Seed and your attacker's ultimate inside the stun window. I'll try my best to break it down with my Seed and Sambi gameplay. So, going into stun, I have Seed's bar completely full, not just at the threshold, and almost 2 EX specials ready for Sambi. I also have 3 silver marks stacked on the boss, which is important to note, even though the UI hides it when you're not on Sambi. Don't know why, please fix it, devs. Anyway, once I reach about 95% of the stun, you'll see that I start Seed's enhanced basic attack. And you'll see here, while I'm locked into her punch, I switch tech into Sambi, consume her silver marks on the enemy, then EX special, and again consume 3 marks, with the last one triggering a chain attack. Now, this only works with manual chains on. If you don't use manual chain, I highly recommend you learn, because without it, you will never see Seed's full potential. Anyway, Ambi triggers the stun, but instead of picking Seed and using her slow chain attack, I cancel the chain attack, swap into Seed, and ult, because like we said, her ultimate takes up so much field time. Also, notice while the ult is going off, I actually have another enhanced basic attack ready for Seed to use when she's done. This is only possible if you enter the stun rotation with a full bar on Seed and you consumed an EX special with Ambi like we did earlier. So after Seed's ult goes off, we activate another chain attack. And again, we're gonna cancel this chain attack because we want to use Seed's enhanced basic attack that she already has. So I cancel again and I use Seed's enhanced basic attack. And while she's finishing her animation, I swap into Sambi and ult with her, activating the last chain attack into the rotation. This has been the only way I've found to get both ultimates off inside the stun, with even a little bit of time left over to deal more damage. Now, I did mess up at the end by not staying on Sambi to consume her marks, but you get the idea. This single rotation scored me 16k points in the first stun window. And once you know how to replicate it, you can do this rotation very easily and very consistently. And just really quick, for those who don't know about switch tech is when an agent finishes a move even after you swap them out. For Seed, after her first punch, there's an animation where she flies back. The moment you see that animation, you can swap into another agent. She'll finish the punch while your attacker comes in. And this is absolutely crucial to her kit. Not just with Sambi, but with other attackers as well. And I really think that's what people are missing about Seed. She isn't bad, she's just very misunderstood. But I will be totally honest, Seed is not beginner friendly. You really need to understand the basic mechanics and rotations of the game to truly unlock her. But calling her bad, that's just rage bait, man. This character provides 1000 attack, 30% crit damage, a 25% damage bonus increase, and if you activate her additional ability, you ignore 25% of an enemy's electric resistance. How is she bad, bro?
What? Some local quest, which I will not understand because I have no context.
Brings a smile to my face. I follow the wind.
Rev the engines!
Oh shit. Here it is.
Into the wind.
Nope. Was not.
Long trip ahead?
Sounds good to me.
Welcome to Chioria Boutique.
Okay, well, that's fine. And she not use her new skill in midair. Yep, she can't. It's not.
Hip.
Burn it down! How brilliant! Let my name echo in song!
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Light it up. Switching gears. The end of our legacy.
How dare you! Strike a pose! Ah. Ooh, what?
Time to go. Time to go.
Rise with the sun!
The show begins!
The wind knows me.
The handiwork is all right, though I've made much better myself.
Um, 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 um.
Oh, so this is what you like?
Light it up!
How brilliant! Let the world come!
Wind strider. Clouds high. The birds come.
Ha! Wrath from the skies! Switching gears.
The show begins!
Burn it down!
Time to shine! Let's go!
Wind strider. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Let me take note of this.
Try and stop me!
As one with wind and cloud.
Pyroclastic surge! Full throttle!
Let the world come alive! Lend me a...
Clouds high. The birds call.
Ah! Burn it down!
Ah. Oh, yeah.
A fateful offering. Time to go.
The show begins!
What's up?
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song!
Wind strider.
Ah. Scatter!
Rise with the sun! Burn it down!
Oh, brilliant! Time to shine! Stop that!
Wind strider.
Oh, so this is what you like?
Best sword. Current sword. It's yours. General it is.
Lend me a...
Did it take too long?
Windstrider.
Oh, so this is what you like? Ah. Let my name echo in song! I am the cutting edge of fashion!
As one with wind and cloud.
Oh. Alright.
Oh, so this is what you like? How brilliant!
What?
Light it up!
Why do I have to fight against you?
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Rev the engines!
Somebody please tell me. I've tested her with Soldier, Zhuyuin, Anton, and I'll be testing her with Harumasa next. But in every case, once you learn the rotations that you're meant to be doing, she works beautifully. She's actually one of the best things to ever happen to attackers. She brings up characters that have been shafted for too long. Nekomata, I'm looking at you. Now, last thing I want to touch on is about Pridewin. Now, I don't usually like tier lists because ZZZ has way too much nuance, but honestly, Seed in tier 1 is fine. In fact, I think it's great. Now, I don't know why, but there are tons of people crying because they expected Seed to be this next coming of Miyabi or something. Again, not sure why, but asking for agents like that is not good for the game at all. Especially when we know that the devs have been actively listening to our feedback as players. If we start asking for agents to be stronger than the last ones that came out, well, Let's just say I can't log into Star Rail anymore and play Topaz in in-game content. Well, I can force her, and I'm still going to because I love looking at the huge wagon she walks around with. All right, my bad. Lock in, Floss. Lock in. Anyway, I say that to say I don't want Zenless to turn into Star Rail, where I can't even log in and use my favorite character in-game because they've been outclassed. Not by a character that's intuitive and has cool mechanics, but by a character that has more stats than my favorite. Literally for zero reason. Guys, that is asking the developers for power creep. I think Seed being at tier 1 is healthy and good for the game. Agents should launch around tier 0.5, tier 1, dare I even say tier 1.5. That's balance. That's what we should want. And I think Pridewind absolutely nailed it this time. But yeah. I think that's enough yapping out of me. Guys, the Seed Doom posting is absolutely insane. And as the #1 Seed shill himself, I had to come out and defend my woman from all this slander. Now, there's a lot that we spoke about in this video, and because of that, this whole thing has me really curious. What do you guys think? How do you guys feel about Seed now that I've shared my opinion? Do you agree? Disagree? And have you found any cool tech with her since she's dropped? Let me know in the comments down below. Also, big shout out to my Discord boosters and YouTube members. You guys are the ones that make these videos possible, so thank you. But until next time, happy gaming.
Bye.
And may your pulls be ever in your favor.
Give me a good sword. That's not a sword. Still good. Ish. Oh, nice. More chance. Nice. Claymore. Here it is. Rain Slasher. R5. Hydra or Electro? Not sure if this is how this compares. Yes, I guess I'm gonna watch You've Been Lied to about Charlie Kirk. The Holy Kool-Aid.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
This is not going to end well. Charlie Kirk is dead. He was shot yesterday while debating at a college campus, and as of my recording this, the shooter is still at large. What I'm about to say will probably piss some of you off, and I probably will lose some subscribers and patrons over it. But I don't care. The truth needs to be said because no one in the mainstream is talking about this. Before I pull the pin out of the grenade though, I want to make it abundantly clear that I do not condone violence, and it is a dark place that we've come to in American politics where this is what people feel like they have to resort to. Simultaneously, I refuse to fly this flag at half-mast today because the man who died yesterday was not a hero. As I speak, there is a concerted effort to turn him into a martyr, to weaponize his death as a justification for right-wing retaliatory violence, without the public really being truly aware of who this man actually was and the horrific things that he stood for. Charlie Kirk's death isn't a tragedy because we lost one of the good ones. It's a tragedy because of what it represents for American democracy and the dark times that are to come. Because Charlie Kirk was one of the worst stains on the reputation of my country. I don't say this to be tactless. This is a man who called Martin Luther King awful and not a good person, stating that the passage of the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. And the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
He sowed division wherever he went. He promoted conspiracy theory garbage like the Great Replacement Theory, which states that rather than white people being able to live in harmony with other races, minorities are plotting to replace us. He promoted 2020 election fraud conspiracies so effectively that despite them being repeatedly proven false in court by Trump's own appointed justices, millions of Americans still believe them to this day. During the pandemic, even as Trump's own administration was pumping billions of dollars into Operation Warp Speed, attempting to rapidly create and test a vaccine, rather than taking this emergency as an opportunity to help unite America, he turned on doctors and spread pseudoscientific misinformation and anti-vax conspiracy theories, calling vaccine mandates medical apartheid. He organized COVID-19 skepticism campaigns on college campuses, which he painted as exercises in critical thinking, but in reality, they were super spreader events where unvaccinated attendees caught the deadly virus and breathed their last breath from a ventilator weeks later, separated from their families. He painted gun deaths as inevitable, and as the bodies piled up, creeping into the thousands during Trump's first term, as children bled out, gripping the hands of their parents in hospital beds around the nation, he nonchalantly stated that gun deaths are an unfortunate but acceptable cost of preserving the Second Amendment. And as LGBT kids across America struggled to come to terms with their identity and faced bullying and religious discrimination, leading to the highest rates of suicide of any demographic, he fomented hatred towards trans people, further stigmatizing an already trampled on and vulnerable minority struggling to simply exist, falsifying statistics to paint them as the problem, even up until his final breath. Charlie Kirk had blood on his hands. He defended the Israeli genocide in Gaza and downplayed Russia's violent invasion of Ukraine as merely a border dispute. And in response to skilled legal immigrants from India strengthening our economy, he stated that America doesn't need more visas for people from India, claiming that they would simply displace American workers. And while women with ectopic pregnancies bled out in hospital parking lots because their doctors were terrified of the new legal repercussions of performing life-saving abortions, Kirk, always the confident fool, touted that abortion was worse than the Holocaust.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not.
And said that if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, he would force her to carry it to term.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
And as millions of Americans struggled to pay rent, Kirk's solution to the housing crisis was to put more people in prison.
I said, honestly, we should be much tougher on crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests.
America has more prisoners than any country on earth, and one of the highest per capita rates. If you believe that this is the land of the free, I've got a rude awakening for you. But when asked by policymakers what his top recommendation was for the Republican Party, he stated that
we do not have enough people in jail in this country.
This was a community college dropout influencing top Republican lawmakers. He believed that university was a scam, and the only good reason for women to go to it was to find a husband.
I'm Addie, and I'm 14. I'm a freshman in high school.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. And no, seriously. And just be clear, that's why you're going to college, right? Don't lie to yourself, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not, we know why you're here, and that's okay. I say college is a scam, but if you're gonna find your life partner, that's actually a really good reason to go to college. And so yeah, you could go learn some stuff, that's fine, I guess, or whatever, just don't listen to your professors.
Charlie Kirk had no formal education in political science or sociology or criminology, and despite the US having a heavily militarized, needlessly violent police force, which already has tragically higher rates of police shooting than any other developed country on earth, Kirk proposed that we get tougher on crime and bring back public executions.
In fact, I even think that we should bring back, public executions on certain people. No.
This was not a champion of free speech. This was one of the most vile mouthpieces of America's dark political underbelly, spewing absolute toxic filth. And yet, he was one of the most influential people in the nation, rubbing shoulders with the president and helping sway an election that's led to the downfall of democracy and the installment of a convicted felon and accused pedophile in the White House. Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, hired over 1,000 employees who swayed hundreds of thousands of voters. He helped roll back LGBT rights, voting rights, immigration rights, and for the first time in history, our daughters will have fewer rights than their grandmothers. In his short life, Charlie Kirk managed to do more damage and more harm than almost any other American in the last 50 years. And yet, his death was quickly politicized as a tragedy. Trump announced that he would posthumously give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor a civilian can receive. I'm sorry, but are we all just gonna forget the abhorrent way that Trump treated an actual war hero, John McCain, and the way that he responded to his death? Oh, and Trump also declared that the flag should be flown nationwide at half-mast for 4 days. When 2 Democratic legislators in Minnesota were shot, they received callous indifference from the president. There were over 140 school shootings in the US in Trump's first term alone. Do you know how many times he flew the flag at half-mast for them? Twice. This is disgraceful. Hundreds, even thousands of firearm deaths are merely unfortunate statistics. So I'm sorry that I'm not shedding a tear over the man who said,
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
School shootings are almost uniquely an American problem, but Charlie Kirk presented a false dichotomy. You can either have freedom or you can give up your guns, as if every free democracy has citizens armed to the teeth, and as if we couldn't at least enact some sensible gun control laws. The biggest tragedy about Charlie Kirk's death was his wasted potential. Here was a bright, capable young man with resources and serious drive who could have accomplished so much good. And instead, he spread Handmaid's Tale levels of theocratic dystopia. And had he actually read his Bible rather than simply using it as a prop to bludgeon those he looked down on, he might have taken a warning from Christ that those who live by the sword will die by the sword. Charlie successfully advocated for the establishment of a fascist regime. The American people had been thoroughly stripped of their rights, watching oligarchs take control of the country. He convinced hundreds of thousands of impoverished Americans to vote against their best interests and for the interests of his organization's ultra-wealthy backers. We are watching our neighbors, many of them US citizens and legal residents, get rounded up, arrested, and held without warrant by masked Gestapo. 70% of us now live paycheck to paycheck and watch in horror as our healthcare coverage is slashed, while our tax dollars fund bombs which right now, as I speak, are being dropped on schools and hospitals in Gaza as part of an ethnic cleansing program by Charlie's friend Benjamin Netanyahu. So are we really surprised that when desperate people helplessly watching their freedoms erode and their very nation descend into a totalitarian theocracy, that there would be backlash? And somehow people are shocked by his specific death? For decades, despite school shooting after school shooting, Republicans completely turned a blind eye and didn't give a flying shit about the deaths of innocent kids. The rights of the gun owners superseded the rights of children to live, to breathe, to pursue their dreams of becoming doctors or scientists. Are we really surprised that under these circumstances, when the one right that's still defended is the Second Amendment right, that's the one that the American people would turn to in their darkest hour? Isn't it people like Charlie Kirk who said that the reason that we have the Second Amendment right is to defend against authoritarianism and tyranny? The most ironic part is that the left has been trying for decades to fix America's broken gun laws and lack of gun control. And had the right not voted against it every single time, Charlie Kirk might still be alive. We advocated for the policies that would have saved his life, and he fought adamantly against them. And it wouldn't be so tragic if it was just his life that America lost. But as the media honed in on Charlie Kirk, turning his death into a political football, there was literally another entirely avoidable school shooting just a few hundred miles away at Evergreen High School that happened within 60 seconds of Kirk's assassination. As the blood of children whose names the public will likely never know was still drying, Charlie was being hailed as a hero by the President of the United States of America. The same department whose first responders cleaned up the mess at Columbine when I was a kid are now dealing with another school shooting in their backyard. And this time, the media doesn't even air it long enough to send their typical empty platitudes or useless thoughts and prayers. But when someone like Charlie reaps the just deserts he sowed, he swiftly becomes a martyr on every channel because his life is politically expedient.
threats related to Charlie Kirk must be reported. I'm going to explain to you today, from the perspective of a corporate attorney, how these things can and should and must be reported, and the effective steps to take to make sure that we see change here and see action in the light of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Now, this is the fast facts version where we give the quickest in legal news. If you want to see all of the discussion, you can look at my live video on the exact same topic, but we're going to get into it today. So in the wake of a tragedy, and this indeed was a tragedy, many people turn to look for things to do and what to do, because you don't just want to sit there idly thinking you're doing nothing or taking no action. But there indeed is something you can do, particularly if you work at an American corporation. And I know many of you work with, for, around. You have family that works for American corporations, that are working for American employers. This goes for all of them, big, small, whatever. This step is going to be very, very, very effective for cleaning up America and for taking an action step where you can actually do something to help the country and get off your butt and actually put yourself into action doing something positive, which will make America a better country, and it will make everywhere safer. So that situations like Charlie's situation do not happen again. So let me just break right into this. Of course, I got a PowerPoint, as I always do on my channel. So we're going to get right into it. Now, Asmongold, the famous streamer, mentioned he had a little video, which I'll show in the live version, but I'll summarize it here, that where he was saying you needed to go to HR. And if you see people that are dropping threats, and you guys have seen these, I'll show an example of a threat or even a comment, a celebration, celebrating a murder, celebrating an assassination. That's not okay. It is not okay to be doing this. And many people are doing this on Maine. They're doing this on accounts where they have their face out there. They're doing it on their LinkedIn profiles. They're doing it with it just openly celebrating on TikTok, all sorts of platforms where they are celebrating about this and they are joyous about this and they are calling for more. They are calling for more people. They're saying next do Elon, next do Trump, next do this person. They're celebrating and pushing for more assassinations. This is unacceptable. This is not okay. And this is certainly not something that is acceptable for an employee. So people like Asmongold said, go to HR, report it to HR, because hey, this is something that's been going on for a long time and it needs to be reported. Now, Asmongold was right, but he was also not incomplete. He didn't give the full answer, and he doesn't fully understand that that's not going to be enough in and of itself. You need to do more, and here's why. Let me explain to you guys. So first of all, as a disclaimer, I'm going to give you something to do. This is only to do if there's a credible evidence-based situation, and it is not to be applied just to blame other people without cause. We all know that in the past, people have pointed to other people, and because of their nationality, affiliations, politics, have said, hey, this person is naughty for no reason. I am not telling you to submit anything false other than what you believe is a credible threat to safety. I'm going to say that one more time. It needs to be a credible threat to safety based on evidence. This is only applicable in the United States, but I know that many other countries have similar laws. I think the UK has laws like this. There's other countries with laws like this. And the root concern is safety. Right? Safety is a legitimate concern. It's a baseline societal concern. Your society needs to be safe, both at home and the workplace. And this is something the law is very much concerned with. Law and order is safety, health, safety, welfare. That's at the core of the law. And now this can also apply to people of all political backgrounds. A lot of people are saying, hey, this is just a right-wing talking point. No. In fact, if you have a legitimate safety concern, I don't care whether the person is right, left, or center. And people who watch my channel know I am apolitical. I do not care. The law should apply equally to all. We all believe that. If you believe in the legal system, if you believe in justice, the Constitution, if you believe in everything that America stands for, everything should apply equally to everybody. So this can apply equally to everybody. However, let's acknowledge we're at a point in which one side here, it seems that maybe certain people on one side here are disproportionately celebrating this. Although there probably are people on the right, there's some people that might be celebrating as well. Once again, this can apply to everybody regardless of politics. So let's get into it. What is the key here? So the key and the problem is that we have legitimate threats. Now, some of you may not know this person, but this is Kit Noel. She's a cosplayer, and she, before Charlie Kirk, gave a bomb threat to a convention. And once again, there are people like Kit Noel and others that we may think they're joking, haha, online, but there's only a little difference between Kit Noel and ending up in the Charlie Kirk situation. So these type of people, like Kit Noel, like anybody else who's in this situation, need to actually be reported. They need to be turned in, and they need to suffer consequences. Well, if you see people reposting stuff, and I took this one here, this is just an example. I saw so many today, but I wanted to give you guys an example of celebrating violence, saying, hey, we need violence. Violence is good. Remember, if this was something that was put out there by somebody on the right during COVID, they would have absolutely been investigated, probably fired, maybe arrested, right? This is something that you need to have looked at. People need to examine these people and say, are they okay in the head? Are they a safety concern if you are posting this? Because there needs to be a serious investigation. If you are posting something like this, anything similar or worse, you need to be investigated. There needs to be a serious investigation here. Now, let's continue. What's the duty of the employer? The duty of the employer in America is corporations have a legal duty of care to ensure employees' safety and well-being. That is a fact. That is well established in case law. This is not controversial. This is not something that I'm just making up. Every single attorney will tell you this. Every single that knows anything about corporate law. If they know anything about corporate law at all, they will tell you this. And of course, me, as a practicing corporate attorney, can say, hey, yes, no, this is absolutely something they have. If an employee is not safe, that is a problem. That is a problem. Here's the problem with going to human resources, the Asmongold idea. There's limitations on that. Number one, there's no legal penalty. If you go to HR, they don't have to legally take action. In fact, there's a huge incentive with HR and to bury it or minimize it, because they don't want to have to go after people. They don't want to have to investigate people. They want to be able to sit in their office and do nothing. And look, I don't blame them. Most corporate employees try to do the bare minimum not to get fired. I understand. What is it? Quiet quitting, right? I get it. But what I'm saying is they aren't going to want to go after and look into this. They're going to say, is it really big enough, right? You're reporting somebody, it's just some internet stuff, right? And the other problem is, and I don't mean to get the Karen in HR meme, because I actually worked in HR once and I knew a Karen who was a lovely woman. She was a nice woman. I feel bad for the Karens out there. But the Karen in HR meme is a thing for a reason. Memes do have a speckle of truth, or more than a speckle sometimes. Some HR departments are fully captured ideologically. They might be captured by people who agree with the sentiment of celebration. And in those cases, what they are doing is they are not passing the information to the higher ups and the CEOs. I know this because I worked in corporations. I know what happens. Sometimes you tell it to HR and they do not bring it to the higher ups because they don't want them to know. So genuinely, you might have CEOs and higher ups that would want to help and would be very sympathetic, but they're not hearing it. They're not hearing it because HR is filtering it and they're not passing along certain information. The other thing is there's no anonymity. When you walk into HR, you can be retaliated against. And even if you're not fired, what are they going to do? They're going to ostracize you. They're going to shun you. They're going to make fun of you, make jokes about you, say, oh, this is that conservative person that's concerned about this, and just laugh at you because of your political beliefs. That's not okay, right? And even if they don't fire you, that's minimizing what it may be a very, very genuine safety concern. So what is the secret weapon? How do we fight back against this? Let me tell you guys, after you like the video, make sure you like the video and share this out. It's very important to get this word out, especially on this video. So here we go. The secret weapon is OSHA. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Some of you may remember OSHA from COVID. Oh, yes. Let's talk about that. What is OSHA? So OSHA refers to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, the OSHA Act. It is a federal law, a U.S. federal law applying to all states and territories that requires employers to provide a safe workplace free from recognized hazards, establishing legal protection for employees. If you remember during COVID, they almost used OSHA to make everybody wear a mask, and it almost worked. It had to go all the way to the Supreme Court. And by the way, people forget about this. It failed for all employers, but it passed for hospitals, and it passed for certain locations. It's a very powerful law, and the burden is really it's on the side, the power is on the side of the corporation to provide that workplace. And hey, if you're gonna say a death threat, a safety threat to Others saying, hey, look, I'm afraid, I'm legitimately scared that this person posting this online is going to come after me for my conservative beliefs, for my beliefs that maybe I believed in Charlie Kirk. I support Charlie Kirk. I'm openly supporting Charlie Kirk. I'm afraid this person is going to do what they did to Charlie Kirk. They're celebrating this. That could be, based on an examination, looking into it, a very, very, very legitimate threat. And we all need to agree, left, right, and center, that that's not appropriate in the workplace. So why is this so powerful? Why OSHA and not HR? Let me explain why. It's anonymous, so you will not be retaliated against. Human resources cannot bury it because this is a government thing. It's going to come through the government regulatory body. They're going to know they got an OSHA complaint. They cannot hide that. And trust me when I tell you, as a corporate attorney, the CEO, the C-suite people, the management people, they will notice when OSHA complaints start coming in because there are legal penalties for non-compliance. Also, there's no cost of a lawsuit. Now, we're going to talk about the lawsuits a little bit more, but you could sue for having a not safe workplace, but that costs a lot of money. And most regular Americans are just struggling to make ends meet, to pay for things. Things are getting more expensive, inflation. You don't have to sue. You can go online and submit it for free. You can call. You can go in person. You can fax it if you even have a fax. There's many places to do it for almost nothing. And the law is very clear regarding safety risks. They need to be investigated. They need to be looked at. This is something they are going to need to take action on. Even if they ultimately don't fire the person, at least they were investigated and at least they know it's an issue. And now they're going to pay attention to their online behavior and the online behavior of the employees. Corporate America has been sleeping on the online behavior of its employees, and now it's time to wake up. Now it is a genuine time to wake up and say, we are going to pay attention to what people are doing online.
Well, actually, yeah, that's not the case. People have been fired for saying some weird shit previously. Yeah. What's history's deadliest invention by Carl Hill?
What is the deadliest object humans have ever created? Some people will say the Kalashnikov and its many variants. Other people will say it's nuclear weapons, given their terrible potential in the world's stockpiles. However, neither of them have even come close to the toll taken on human life by this single object. Maybe the biggest self-owned public health threat humanity has ever faced.
Even bigger than Greenworm Jr.?
Unfortunately, Aria, yes, even bigger than that.
Now entering the facility.
It's time for some risk recalibration. You see, humans don't perceive risks very accurately. In fact, I focused on this pretty heavily when I was in graduate school.
You actually have degrees. I thought you were just winging it.
Wing it, Aria? Who am I, the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services? The classic example of a failure of risk perception is the fact that many people are more afraid to fly than to drive, even though driving is one of the most dangerous things that they do. Well, that is, unless they do this. The deadliest thing ever invented is the tobacco cigarette. Thankfully, we're living in a decade where everybody knows how cigarettes are bad for them, but I don't think most people know just how bad they are for everyone. 8 million people die every year from smoking-related illnesses. 1 million of these people aren't even smokers. They just inhale secondhand smoke. 8 million deaths a year is more preventable deaths than from illegal drug use, obesity, and alcohol. It's second only to high blood pressure. In the 20th century, alcohol. It's second only to high blood pressure. In the 20th century, it's been estimated that smoking led to 100 million premature deaths, which is more than twice the number of deaths in World War I and World War II combined. And that was before a truly global economy. Some estimates put smoking-related deaths over this century at 1 billion. More deaths in 100 years than in all recorded conventional wars since 1800. 27 times over. There's a reason why one of the first things your doctor asks you is whether or not you smoke. Up to 50% of smokers who don't quit will die from it. Recalibrate that risk in your head. Would you try anything with that kind of long-term risk? I'd rather skydive without a parachute. And people actually do that, by the way. Now, I know some of you are probably smokers or no smokers, so I don't want it to come off like I'm lecturing you here. It's your body, your choice, right?
If you're a man.
So if you already know all the health stuff, think about the environment. Cigarette butts are the single most littered object on the planet, with an estimated 4.5 trillion of them thrown onto the ground every single year. In China, 30% of all trash is cigarette butt. Think about that for a second. And unlike a waste product like, nuclear waste, which gets less dangerous over time, the 4,000 plus chemicals in cigarette butts stay on the ground and leach into it and stay toxic forever. It's not an overestimation to say that cigarettes and the trash they produce are literally one of the biggest threats to the environment and health that we've ever faced.
Even bigger than this boiled kneecap of a face?
Again, yes. Unfortunately. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Gamers, I'm award-winning science educator and sci-lion, Kyle Hill. You know, we go to a lot of interesting places here at the facility. Chernobyl, Fukushima, space, eventually. And I can't do so without first sending a lot of private information online to coordinate things. I can't do that without knowing that I'm secure, especially from Greg. Greg, I need to keep. I use the sponsor as a premium virtual private with over information sent between your Surfshark services devices. Virtual work is that simple. It makes that arm when I'm headed to it will auto experience like Kyle and use the offer for free. And hey, there's a free 30-day money-back guarantee. So why don't you give it a try? Surfshark VPN. Keep yourself safe from the Gregs. My VPN connects on public Wi-Fi flights that aren't at Surfsharks or chain bypasses that 3,000 premium virtual video Surfshark online private. That's why I need to keep without knowing that I need to coordinate of private. And Chernobyl, Fukushima, and Kyle Hill. You know, we go to a lot of interest and sci-lion. Surfshark VPN. Today's video. Today's video. What is the deadliest object human to give it a try? Surfshark VPN. Keep yourself safe from the Gregs. A quick aside while we travel to the facility projection room. You know, when I was walking through Chernobyl, our contamination specialist, who is a heavy smoker, turned to me and said, you know, Kyle, it's not actually the chemicals and carcinogens in tobacco that kills you. No, it's the radiation. You see, there is radiation in the tobacco plant. Naturally occurring radium in the soil and in fertilizer gets taken up by the plant, and then when you smoke it, radium and its daughter products fill your home and fill your lungs, and that irradiates you. Now, that is true. What's not true is the rest of what he said. I looked this up later on, and no, the radiation dose that you can get from smoking cigarettes over time is not significantly contributive to the overall health effects of smoking. So, just want to get that out there in case you've heard that factoid before. And I needed something to distract me from what happens on subways. You don't want to see what the Kevin next to me is doing. Where are your pants? Well, why do that in public? Oh, okay. Why do humans fail to properly assess the risk of cigarettes? They kill someone somewhere every 3 seconds, and yet...
Oh, he's such a bad boy.
Indeed, cigarettes' perceived coolness is part of the problem. Another part, however, is cognitive bias. More specifically, the optimism bias.
Another 40, got a challenge.
Humans do a lot of risky things. They bungee jump, they motorcycle, they platform one of the biggest misinformation agents on the planet. But the funny thing is, humans believe that risks are only risky for other people. Like we said, driving is one of the most dangerous things that you do. But be honest, when I show you a scary statistic like this, not one of you thinks it's going to be you. That fate is only for bad drivers, right? Similarly, smokers tend to believe that they are less likely to get a smoking-related illness than another smoker. Of course, if everyone thinks they are above average, half of them are wrong. The optimism bias is the bane of many public health officials. Not only does it make it less likely for people to consider the risk that you're talking about, it also makes those people less likely to take preventative action because they think they are less likely to experience those risks than the average person. And not all of these health challenges are the same. For example, cavities are one of the most prevalent chronic diseases in the world, and we've gotten people to take preventative action. But when something like a pandemic comes along, we can't get everyone on the same page. Why? Risk can be thought of as a product of two variables: severity of risk and likelihood of risk.
Wow, you do have a degree in this.
Dentists overcame the optimism bias because patients know that the dentist can be very stressful and painful, and they know they have to go to the dentist relatively often. 232,000 Americans died unnecessarily from COVID-19, in part because all of the misinformation that claims the disease is both unserious and unlikely. Both false claims lowered the overall perception of the risk. Part of good public health communication is properly calibrating risk variables in people's minds. Look, again, I don't mean to lecture you here. I just think it's very important to highlight that we all have our blind spots. All of you probably know that cigarettes are bad for you, but you probably didn't know that they are literally the deadliest thing ever invented. It is in recognizing our blind spots and our failures of risk perception that I think we can grow as critical thinkers.
How else would you know when someone has been a dangerous crackpot their entire life?
Yeah, Arya. How else would you know that? Until next time.
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff here at
The uncomfortable truth probably is that he asked for it. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. 18 hours. 18 hours, come on. Okay, well then. One more artifact. Let's think about what artifacts I... Okay. Those things. I'm gonna leave those recommended. And then do something useful later. Давай, не оптимизм российских чиновников. Макс 5.
Есть такой старый советский анекдот. Человек разбрасывает листовки на Красной площади. КГБ хватает его, смотрит на листовки, а там ничего не написано. Что ж ты пустые листовки-то разбрасываешь? А чего писать? И так все понятно. Сейчас этот анекдот звучит уже не смешно. Просто потому, что вполне себе тянет на реальное событие. С единственным отличием. Граждане у нас интеллигентные. Белые листы не разбрасывают, а просто берут в руки. За что их задерживают силовики и штрафуют суд. Так случалось и до войны. А с 2022 года российские правоприменительные практики и вовсе оторвались от реальности и логики. Цель такого рода репрессий – внушить гражданам, что бы вы ни делали, для вас всегда статья найдется. Мы на канале очень редко говорим про абсурдные наказания за несуществующие правонарушения. Лить воду на эту мельницу, внушать зрителям чувство обреченности не в нашем духе. Однако сегодня в качестве исключения поговорим об этом, потому что случай уж совсем вопиющий. — 2017 год. Государственный Кремлевский дворец. На главную сцену страны выходит совсем юная исполнительница Настя Авдеева. В руках у нее большой плюшевый медведь. Сначала звучит композиция «Мама», которая обрела огромную популярность в СССР благодаря антивоенному фильму «Был месяц май». Он вышел еще в 70-м году. Затем музыка меняется, и Настя Авдеева запевает песню «Милые добрые взрослые, отмените войну». В конце 10-х и в самом начале 20-х дети младшего школьного возраста часто исполняют эту песню на разных мероприятиях, особенно на День Победы. Сложно было тогда представить реальность, в которой детская песня, вот только что звучавшая в Кремле, привлечет внимание правоохранительных органов.
Elemental damage, game, gleaming moon, devotion, second.
Однако недавно суд в Уссурийске на 30 тысяч рублей оштрафовал Дину Онищик, воспитательницу детского сада с 40-летним стажем. Она помогла воспитанникам подготовить выступление к фестивалю детского творчества, посвященного Дню Победы. В ходе выступления дети исполнили эту песню, но не только. На сцене появились плакаты «Нет войне» на русском, английском и украинском языках. Частично повторилась история, как в том самом анекдоте. Листы были, конечно, не пустые, однако надпись «Нет войне» шла без каких-либо уточнений. Ее так-то можно трактовать любым образом. Кто знает, может, это призыв к вашингтонским ястребам, или, как сейчас выражается пропаганда, к киевской хунте. Кстати, английский — это один из языков ООН, а украинский имеет официальный статус в двух регионах, вписанных в Российскую Конституцию — в Крыму и в Херсонской области. То есть оба языка использовать в России совершенно легально. Однако сотрудники полиции, увидевшие запись концерта, решили действовать на упреждение. Мол, и так все понятно. А суд в своем решении употребил следующую формулировку. Послушайте.
Онищик Д.Р. организовала исполнение воспитанниками композиции, содержащей обращение: «Милые, добрые взрослые, отмените войну». которая сопровождалась рисунками с надписями «Нет войне», оформленными на русском, английском и украинском языках. Тем самым осуществила публичные действия, направленные на дискредитацию использования вооруженных сил Российской Федерации в целях защиты интересов Российской Федерации и ее граждан, поддержания международного мира и безопасности путем публичных призывов к воспрепятствованию использования вооруженных сил Российской Федерации в указанных целях.
Бредятина. Обсудим это все подробнее после короткого объявления о моей книге. Хочу напомнить вам про «Мы не только в Россию». Продолжаем. Мы говорили об абсурдном судебном решении, вынесенном по делу Дины Анищик. На это судебное решение обратил внимание член Совета по правам человека при президенте России Марина Ахмедова. Посмотрите на вот ее пост.
Анищик не только армию дискредитировала, она использовала детей для демонстрации своей позиции, то есть прикрылась ими. На вопрос, почему плакаты еще и на украинском, она нагло заявила, потому что в той войне участвовали и украинцы. Только были они советскими людьми и говорили все на русском.
Хорошенький такой правозащитник. В 1943 году советские фронтовые кинооператоры записали уникальную кинохронику со звуком прямо в траншее на передовой. Там под стрелкотню пулеметов пехотинцы поют украинскую песню «Ой ты, Галю». Заявлению Марины Ахметовой удивились бы не только те фронтовики, кто говорил и писал письма на украинском, но и те, кого они освобождали.
Жовтня 1941 року протягом 22 місяців я знаходився в тенетах німецьких загарбників.
Стоит тут заметить, песня «Отмените войну» содержит очевидные отсылки к известным строчкам советского поэта Роберта Рождественского «Убейте войну, прокляните войну». Эти стихи были выгравированы на одном из воинских мемориалов в Бахмуте. На экране у вас сейчас кадр из видеорепортажа об автопробеге по памятным местам Солидар-Бахмут-Часов-Яр 9 мая 2021 года. Сегодня 3 этих донбасских города полностью уничтожены. Как-то не очень комфортно в связи с этим звучат слова Ахмедовой из того поста. Войны не хочет никто, это очевидно. И те, кто поддерживает СВО, поддерживают не войну как таковую, а операцию по защите прав русских. Воспитатель не обязан этого понимать, но она обязана не вовлекать детей в свои сомнительные дела. Полиция, суд и член Совета по правам человека сочли антивоенную песню и плакат «Нет войне» сомнительным делом. Набросились на педагога, у которой, как вскоре выяснилось, на операции по защите русских был тяжело ранен зять. Видимо, в логике подобных обвинителей от человека, у которого пострадала собственная семья, следовало бы ожидать бравурных настроений, мол, да, войне. Такой оптимистичный настрой предлагает подхватить, например, и замминистра обороны Анна Цивилева. По ее словам, Россия именно благодаря войне вышла в мировые лидеры в отрасли протезирования. Вот радость-то какая!
Мне кажется, это огромный, колоссальный рывок в протезной промышленности, вообще в научной такой реабилитации, где срочно начали наши протезисты инвестировать, в том числе, в науку. И это очень отрадно, потому что мы буквально недавно ездили в Китай, где изучали опыт. И я вам скажу, наверное, впервые мы находились в этой командировке и чувствовали чувство гордости и понимание, что сейчас как раз участники СВО нам позволили выйти на такой приоритетный флагманский уровень, когда то, что делает государство, гораздо выше многих стран.
Участников СВО, которые потеряли на фронте части тела, Цивилева назвала драйверами для новых разработок. Более того, если бы не инвалидизация десятков тысяч солдат, не получили бы шанса на новые разработки еще 11,5 миллионов россиян, живших с инвалидностью и до войны.
Не секрет, что 11,5 миллионов инвалидов, которые у нас проживали до СВО, они не были активно задействованы и как раз не имели той возможности активно социализироваться в жизнь, получив травму.
Если верить официозу, война — это лучшее, что случалось с современной Россией. Как же, мол, можно говорить «нет прогрессу» и просить остановить войну или отменить ее? От войны растет ВВП, обретают смысл жизни русские кузьмичи. Если помните, в 22 году возник такой пропагандистский штамп. Дескать, в нашей стране живет особенная порода людей, кузьмичи, которые могут найти себя и раскрыть свой внутренний потенциал только среди тягот и лишений войны. Тогда же Путин рассказывал, что гораздо лучше погибнуть на фронте, чем от водки. Самая продаваемая в России книга по психологии называется «Скажи жизни да». В это же время самый расхожий месседж государственных СМИ «Скажи да войне», что проявляется в большом и в малом. Например, в сюжете ВГТРК, который рассказывает о преимуществах такого веяния военного времени, как отключение интернета. Тут сейчас мы поставим минутный фрагмент из Владимирской области, из репортажа, который там показали. Посмотрите, вряд ли вы часто смотрите телевидение из Владимирской области. Вот вам минутное погружение.
Жители Владимирской области перешли на вынужденный цифровой детокс. Вместо отдыха со смартфоном они стали больше гулять и общаться с близкими. О том, как отключение мобильного интернета у всех операторов связи изменили привычки горожан и какие лайфхаки предлагают эксперты, в нашем репортаже.
Еще совсем недавно владимирцы не расставались со смартфонами. В устройствах были и развлечения, и шопинг, и даже работа. Но временное отключение интернета, которое сейчас случается во Владимирской области и вызванное требованиями безопасности, помогли людям перейти из цифрового мира в реальный. С одной стороны, владимирцы сталкиваются с новыми задачами. Невозможно посмотреть, когда приедет автобус, не везде проходит оплата по карте и QR-коду, а с другой освободилось время для других важных дел.
Когда мы встречаемся с друзьями, идем гулять, мы не сидим в телефонах и больше общаемся. И еще я запомнила расписание своего автобуса.
С отключением интернета начинаешь ценить простые вещи, такие как прогулка, чтение, встречи с близкими. Освобождаешься от стресса, тревоги.
Практика абсурдных наказаний за несуществующие правонарушения вызывает у людей, которые следят за новостями, довольно мрачные чувства. Не менее, а возможно более мрачно, выглядит раздуваемый по поводу войны государством оптимизм. В одном случае мы имеем дело с безумной бюрократической машиной, в другом – с безумием как таковым. Псевдопозитивное мышление, примеры которого мы приводили в исполнении власти и госпропаганды, ощущается как попытка свести тебя с ума. По сути, это она и есть. В словах «отмените войну» и «нет войне» нет никакого двойного дна. Они означают буквально то, что в них заложено. Не должны страдать и гибнуть люди, не должны стираться с лица земли целые города и села. Лозунг «да войне», который не произносится вслух, но которым в путинской системе пронизано все, от судебных решений до репортажей региональных телеканалов, этот лозунг предлагает то еще издевательство над собственным сознанием. Ты как-то должен принудить себя выискивать позитив там, где его в принципе нет и быть не может. Мыслить категориями «ну да, мол, оторвало кому-то руки, но зато какой задел для разработчиков протезов». Под моими роликами иногда встречаются комментарии со свежих аккаунтов, зарегистрированных прямо в день выхода видео, в которых порой сквозит такая мысль. Очень хорошо разрушать, мол, украинские города на Донбассе, потому что теперь Россия отстроит их лучше прежнего. Сплошной же позитив. Чё тут нет войнекать? Вот только все то, о чем нам пришлось сегодня говорить, обладает огромной саморазоблачающей силой. Судебным решением по поводу того концерта на День Победы система сама определила свое место. Сама же себя разоблачила. Как однажды, еще в 22-м, когда суд счел дискредитацией российской армии, плакат «Фашизм не пройдет». Буквально в судебном решении указали, что эта фраза выражает негативное отношение к вооруженным силам России. Без дополнительных пояснений фразу эту можно было бы отнести на чей угодно счет. Однако московский суд сам решил связать слово «фашизм» с вторжением в Украину. Не менее саморазоблачительными оказываются реплики Путина и его родственницы Цивилевой. Всякие сюжеты на ГосТВ в поддержку войны. Возможно, конкретно сейчас толерантность к ним несколько выросла, потому что всякую альтернативу провоенному бреду система старается задушить. Но пройдет время, и все это можно будет показывать людям без лишних комментариев. В скором будущем люди в России будут просто охреневать от путинской риторики. Как сейчас охреневают даже просоветски настроенные люди, когда случайно сталкиваются с реальными газетными статьями и языком времен, например, Ежовщины. Будет время, когда словеса времен позднего Путина будут вызывать естественную реакцию, когда не надо будет даже ничего изобличать. Просто потому, что все и так понятно. До завтра.
Try and stop me! Not bad. Rise with the sun!
Ah, lend me a hand.
Rev the engines!
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in song.
Light up the blazing sun!
Ooh, what a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy. Let's go.
Brings a smile to my face. Time to go. Yeah.
Assassination.
On Wednesday, September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk speaks at an event in Orem, Utah. It is at the Sorensen Center courtyard on the campus of Utah Valley University. The event, part of his American Comeback Tour, features his signature Prove Me Wrong debate format. Kirk is positioned at a table beneath a large tent. Students come up and have a chance to ask him a question and debate with him. Approximately 20 minutes into his presentation, an audience member
something pretty familiar. Same phrases. Yeah.
Let's ride. Hey, not a bad haul. Burn it down.
Let the world collide!
Wind strider. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Wrath from the skies.
Ah.
Where's the dude? I just fucking fell.
Let's ride. Hey, not a bad...
Identified as a student, questions him about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Too many. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Kirk asks a question, but then it gets interrupted.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God.
Go, run.
When Charlie is 18 years old, he speaks at a college. He just seems like any other young American conservative. But at that college, he catches someone's eye. Will Montgomery sees that Charlie gets attention. While other conservative speakers are boring, young people listen to Charlie Kirk. A month later, in September 2012, he and the 18-year-old launched Turning Point USA.
What Turning Point USA stands for, what we're trying to do is we're going into the high schools and the colleges to challenge these textbooks that publish flat out falsehoods and fallacies.
It's a nonprofit organization established to promote conservative values, specifically among young Americans through high school and college campuses.
I'm only 19 years old. I'm fighting this fight every single day. I get to go to college campuses, high schools. I debate professors. I debate socialists.
It's not an immediate success, but Turning Point steadily grows into something larger than Charlie.
We'll probably recruit 4,000 to 5,000 new students, collect their data. It's a high-energy conference for us. It's a way to reward our best members that have been...
They organize speeches with ever bigger conservative American thinkers. The young Charlie Kirk quickly becomes a fixture of the American political conservative landscape.
I started an organization, Turning Point USA, 2.5 years ago, around 2 key values: free markets and limited government.
In 2016, he speaks at the Republican National Convention. When Trump secures the Republican nomination, he and Turning Point embrace the MAGA movement. Charlie Kirk gets a direct line to the president. At the same time, he begins using modern media outlets as a way to spread his political message. But they're also a means for generating content that gets attention. He gets millions of views, in large part fueled by debates on college campuses. In 2018 comes Campus Clash, a college tour with Candace Owens. In 2024, the You're Being Brainwashed tour, a college tour with former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. On September 10, 2025, Kirk initiates the American Comeback Tour, a series of events for college students across the United States. The format includes his classic Prove Me Wrong table sessions, where he invites attendees to debate his political and cultural viewpoints in a public setting. The event at Utah Valley University is designated as the first stop on this tour.
That's a bullshit video. These developers want to destroy their legendary drops.
I want to make something crystal clear before I move forward with this video. Everybody is allowed to have opinions. Everybody is allowed to voice those opinions, but they have to make sure that they are weighing the consequences of their own words and understanding what kind of impact they're going to have. And I don't think that's happening. I don't think it's happening at the scale that it should. I don't think it's being called out the way that it should. And I think it's had a detrimental effect on the relationship between the customer and the game developers. Deep-rooted narcissism and a lack of consequences. That's ultimately what the problem here is. And I've been looking at a lot of the discourse over the past couple of weeks and some of the tragedies that have happened. And for me, and I think for a lot of people as well, it's not even a partisan issue as much as it is a problem or an issue with professionalism and general morals. You have game developers flying the flag of their company in their social media bios, running around using the influence that's been afforded to them by those same employers, going around promoting and celebrating the loss of life of their political opposition. That's unacceptable. They're doing it without any care to the risks it's going to bring to not only their games, but their coworkers and their studio. All for some upvotes on an edgy comment for Blue Sky. You are the product. That is the saying in the entertainment industry, whether that's social media, video games, movies, television, or whatever else. Anytime that you open your mouth, every time you think that you have something worth saying, realize that you're always going to risk alienating your audience. And from my perspective, at least with this hobby, I don't think that anything here is supposed to represent alienation. So here I am a year later, giving the same talk, the same sobering lesson on business ethics, on professional ethics, on communication. Because for whatever reason, the video game industry doesn't know when to shut its own mouth. Because, well, they think that their opinions matter more than their coworkers and their customers. I think it's a rather milquetoast take for me to come out and say that I think that society and entertainment have become increasingly more political. I think it's obvious at this point. It's hard to deny it, and it's to the point where you can't even escape it, even though that's exactly what most of us are setting out to do. I can't open a single app, game, TV show, or movie without having somebody trying to preach their politics to me. And the spaces that we used to have that used to be safe from it largely don't even exist anymore. And I think that's created this new kind of social divide in consumer products and media, where customers were once basing their purchasing habits off of practicality, quality, and enjoyment. Well, now this new category has forced its way into the equation, politics, and it's just complicating things further. I mean, it makes sense. Politics are deeply rooted in personal values and beliefs. They shape the way that we see the world and how we want to see the world. And I think in most cases, especially when it comes to entertainment, people do not want to engage with something that directly conflicts with their beliefs, or worse, outright demonizes them. That's why I've always advocated for less politics in entertainment, because I think it risks alienating audiences and escalating division. It's the reason why I steered clear of those conversations myself. I have my own personal politics, of course, but I'm not interested or passionate enough to bring them here. I'm not informed or confident enough to speak on them with any level of authority that would be worth dividing my community over something that largely does not matter for the service that I provide. When I criticize some of these studios for forcing politics into their games, it's not because I secretly hold some kind of agenda. It's just because I believe that they just don't belong there. Players come from every background imaginable, different beliefs, values, experiences, and different
Look. Way to say that the best video games is the one that appeal to everyone. I'm pretty sure that the best video games are the ones that appeal to some people. But appeal greatly to politics in the video game, every art is political. But it might be the problems start when it's not just start being political, but when the policies are preached.
Walks of life entirely, different countries entirely, and they don't need me or game developers telling them how to think. What they actually need is for people like me to respect their time and for developers to respect their experience. But while I see all of this as unnecessary, it seems like developers believe otherwise. It feels like anytime there's a major controversy or tragedy, both game developers and games media feel compelled to voice their opinions. They use the platforms and recognition afforded to them by their employers or by the games that they worked on to broadcast those opinions to their audience and to their peers. And what I find to be the most disgusting and reckless misuse of that platform, Sucker Punch Studios' Drew Harris, a senior developer of Ghost of Yotai, came forward on Blue Sky to seemingly celebrate and make light of the brutal end met by political influencer Charlie Kirk. This was first discovered and reported on by gaming content creator Legacy Killer HD. Following the news of Kirk's passing, Drew posted on Blue Sky saying that I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. A post that was liked multiple times by developers from the Coalition, Bungie, and a few others. As things unfolded, more developers were found weighing in. A localizer from Final Fantasy XIV was caught reposting a call for a purge. A witch hunt then ensued, and suddenly more players and commentators were paying closer attention to the words of developers. Once Drew's post made it over to Twitter, with people sharing his comments directly to his employer, others sharing posts about canceling their pre-orders, and instead of backing down, Drew instead doubled down, mocking the situation entirely with posts like, "I have been told that Twitter has noticed me from across the room, ooh woo." Some of y'all never have heard the critically acclaimed Mario Brothers franchise by Nintendo, and it shows. And maybe instead of emailing people's employers, y'all should be emailing your reps and demanding gun control immediately. I don't even know what to say. I am stunned by the lack of self-awareness and care here. Not only are you representing your company, not only is your game already being dragged into the conversation with your employer being tagged in these posts, but then you just go and double down with more edgy posting and doing it using a competitor's brand. I honestly wonder how Nintendo feels about one of Sony's employees running around using the name of their company, their characters, and one of their most iconic franchises to make jokes about the death of a political influencer. Oh wait, never mind, I do know. You lost your job. Look, I don't know anything about Charlie Kirk. I don't watch that kind of content. I don't follow the political sphere, and I don't have anything to add to the debate between people's love or hate for the guy. But what I will say is this: it is wholly unacceptable to condone, celebrate, or promote this kind of extreme violence. While I will say that I largely stay uninvolved in these political...
Especially since he himself did this. You know?
Try and stop me!
Oh. Necessarily.
Take it. Go on. You have my approval.
I wish I could take more pictures. Like that.
Matters, usually on the side of just on the outside looking in. What I have seen over the last decade online is more and more communities that are normalizing it. Social media that is just fueling pockets of people that are escalating and celebrating violent rhetoric. Deeply insecure and disturbed groups of people that are just gassing each other up, egging people on to ruin their lives and the lives of others just so they can have somebody else to point to and say,
If you really like standing around like this, then why don't you just model for me? I'll design some wonderful clothes for you.
You know, well, I completely agree that... What? What exactly? What is happening right now?
Who says you have to use scissors to cut clothes? Leave those rigid rules behind. I much prefer using my own cutting tools.
Just gonna point out that Charlie did incite and justify political violence, but yes, we shouldn't do it ourselves.
If you really like standing around like this, then why don't you just model for me? I'll design some wonderful clothes for you.
First, let's collect. It's this. Yes. There was something that I missed. Let's go there.
Time to go.
Richer reserves. Interesting. Russian Magus, Kid Breakdown, Rolly Thoughts, Zenless and Zero. Privileged game.
This video is not for Whales and Dolphins, it's for you because you are just like me. Average Gamer here, and today I want to break down Orphe's kit because if you didn't know, Orphe is currently available in ZZZ right now. You can check her out through the event stuff and you can play her there and you can read the full details of her kit. But, you know, maybe you didn't necessarily go through exactly how she works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down how she works in simple terms and we're going to talk about where we think she's going to stack up meta-wise and what kind of teams you're going to want to play her with. So first things first, I'm going to give you the TLDR. The TLDR on Orphe is that she is an off-field attack character. She does damage from off-field. These are aftershocks. She is the aftershock attack character that was promised. Let's get straight into that then. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about her skills. We'll go on to her core skill in a moment, but the core skill mentions quite a bit of the EX special. So we're actually going to start on the EX special. We'll go on to some of the other skills in a moment, but I'll just preface what I'm going to say there, which is most of the time there's not really anything special to write home about. Most of her stuff and most of the stuff that we need to be aware about is here under the EX special detail. It's a lot of stuff, but don't worry, I'll break it down. I'll make it easy for you. Okay, so first things first then, what we have here is we have her initial special attack, which we can ignore. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do it without EX specialing. Then we have this here, the special attack Corrosive Path. Automatically triggers during ally attacks, unleashes 4 laser aftershock attacks dealing fire damage, triggers once per 5 seconds. Upon activating the skill, restore 20 heat. Character is invulnerable when using the skill. So basically she's off field doing additional attacks, which is like pretty cool, right? So she's going to do a 4 attack chain of aftershock attacks while she is off field once you actually attack the enemy. Then she has an EX special, which she can use when she is on field. This is her on field EX special. Watch your step. She kind of falls over and does a little whoosh with the laser. Okay, let's carry on. Let's move on to the actual real meat of this. So when you are off field and you have 60 or more energy, she automatically triggers the EX special Crimson Vortex during ally attacks. So when you attack the enemy, she will automatically use her EX special from off field. This performs a sweeping laser attack in the area around, dealing fire damage. Upon activating the skill, restore 20 bottled heat. So it's the same as using this EX special here. Character is invulnerable when using the skill. Now, I just want to quickly show you that these are the names for the 2 different EX special attacks that Orphe can use. The one where she's off field, the damage multiplier is 1,172% at level 9, and then the damage multiplier is 390% at level 9 for the on-field one versus the off-field one. So it's very clear that the game is going to incentivize you to basically just leave off-field. When she gets to 60 energy, she spends half of it, so she'll spend 30 energy in order to utilize the attack. And I'll show some footage of that now so you can see roughly how that works. Let's carry on going through the rest of the EX specials though, because I promise there's still more. So basically though, you're going to want to leave her off-field to do the EX specials automatically on her own. It's going to do more damage that way. Okay, let's move on then and start talking about the heat charge. When bottled heat is greater than or equal to 100, so this is the bar that's under her name. So when her bar is over the point that it has on it, you hold the special button, and then it's going to continuously fire a laser forward, dealing fire damage. When the firing begins, it triggers a quick assist, and then after continuous firing for a period, firepower increases, greatly boosting the skill's interrupt level. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Basically, you hold it, it does big laser, it can parry. It also triggers a quick assist, and she also will automatically follow on from this attack by doing her last attack down here, the EX special attack Fiery Eruption. Automatically after the heat charge reaches maximum fire time, it performs a spinning attack forwards and then fires a layer with the fire damage. Characters invulnerable when using the skill. So basically, these two follow on from each other, the heat charge and then into the Fiery Eruption. And again, if we look at the scaling for that, I'm just going to move my big head out of the way. If we look at the scaling for that, we can see that the initial heat charge is pretty decent in terms of multiplier. So that's going to be that big held laser that Orphe does. And you might be thinking like, well, why do we even need to do the big held laser? And let me tell you, let's have a look at the core skill and we'll run through the why for that in just a moment. After this reminder, you probably aren't subscribed. Liking and subscribing is a great way to support creators like me on YouTube. It also lets me know that you enjoy this type of content. You can also drop me a follow over on Twitch, where I work out a lot of this stuff live, and you can join the Discord to come in and chill and chat with a bunch of cool Zenless Stone Zero enjoyers. So let's look at the core F so that we can see the maximum amount of scaling that she would have at her final investment level. And initially, straight off the bat, this is unconditional. She gets crit rate of 25%. She doesn't have to trigger anything in order to do this. She just gets crit rate increase of 25%. So that also means, like, from her main stat page here, you can see the crit rate of 37%. This actually means that that will be 25% higher. So it means that her main stat line might not always look that good, but she will get that additional 25% unconditionally. And then aftershock damage increases by 85%. So when she's off field, she's doing even more damage. So her aftershocks, the stuff that she does off field, which also will include her EX special, does additional damage. When Orphe initially enters the field, she gets 100 bottle heat up to a maximum of 125. So that means that she's basically able to activate the heat charge straight off the rip. When Orphe and Megas are off field, if special attack corrosive flash is available, energy is greater than or equal to 60, consume 30 energy to automatically trigger EX special Crimson Vortex instead. So as we talked about here, when you have more than 60 energy, she's going to consume 30 of it, and she's going to send this particular EX special attack. Okay, very cool. Then it triggers a state on all members called Zeroed In. This is Orphe's buff for 12 seconds. Repeated triggers reset the duration. Zeroed In increases agent attack by 280. When Orphe's initial energy regen is greater than or equal to 1.6, for every 0.1 initial energy regen above this threshold, attack increases by an additional 20. This goes up to a maximum increase of 700. It's just not a particularly huge buff, but remember, she's an attack character and not necessarily a support character, so the fact that she provides a buff of 700 is still pretty good, I would say. But in terms of the amount of energy regen required in order to reach the maximum of 700 attack, you would in fact need 3.7 energy regen in order to reach the maximum of 700. Without her engine, you would probably be sitting on somewhere around the 2.8 region, which would leave you at around 520 attack buff. So without her engine, unless you run 2-piece swing and 2-piece Moonlight Lullaby, which doesn't really make sense for the additional energy regen from both, you probably are going to be in a position where you're not getting the max amount of this buff. But we are talking about 180 attack as the difference. It's not a huge amount of difference. I don't think you need to max this buff. You will not need to max this buff, but in order to max it, you are probably going to need to get her engine, yeah. When an agent with zeroed in triggers Aftershock, their zeroed in duration extends by 4 seconds up to a maximum extension of 20 seconds. Okay, that's great. So when another character is doing Aftershocks, so someone like Trigger, someone like Sambi, they're going to be able to extend that Aftershock aftershock duration. The fire blade attack from basic attack, high pressure, flame, blah, blah, blah. So basically all of the EX specials, the chain, and the ultimate count as aftershock damage, and using these skills count as triggering aftershock. So basically allows Orphe's aftershock damage to apply to
Let me take
stuff.
note of this.
So let's also look, we have to go over here to look at the additional ability. So the additional ability is when another character is a stun or support character, aftershock damage dealt by agents with zeroed in ignores 25% defense. That's going to be a free trigger engine for like always applying an additional 25% defense shred. That's pretty good. I will say though, the rest of her kit seems pretty ordinary. So like there's not really anything to say about her ultimate specifically or her defensive assist. It is a defensive assist, not an evasive assist. I guess that is worth mentioning. And then her dodge and her basics. She is designed to work in an off-field fashion. You probably won't need to bring her on that regularly. You will build up that bottled heat mechanic just from leaving her off-field and letting her do the EX specials on her own. Remember, when she gets to 60, she's going to spend half of it, and then you'll only really bring her on to do her heat charge at certain points. And that's really the way that Orphe works. So what does that mean for Orphe in terms of like gearing? Well, considering that basically all of her damage is aftershock damage and she provides a buff to her own aftershock damage, I would say that, yeah, the best 4 pieces as they've got it on here, Shadow Harmony, and then the best 2 piece so that she can both A, benefit more from additional energy regen. Remember, the faster her energy generates, the more EX specials she'll be able to do off field. I think it's going to be a 2-piece swing or a 2-piece Moonlight Lullaby. Both of them are going to offer the same thing. So it depends. If you've been farming the new set super hard and maybe you didn't have that many good swing jazz pieces, you might end up using the newer set for the 2-piece. But yeah, 2-piece energy regen is going to be integral, and you're going to want energy regen on Disc 6. Disc 5, there's going to be a few different options. It's probably going to depend on what substats you have, but attack, pen, or fire damage bonus would all be pretty good. And then down here, you might want attack or crit rate. Crit damage depending on what you may very well need more of. Okay, so considering that she gives herself 25% crit rate, in terms of what we're going to expect to see on her engine, it's probably going to be a 60% energy regen. There aren't really any other options for you to run a 60% energy regen, like from an F to P perspective. You could run Anton's weapon, but then you're not really getting anything from the additional for Anton's weapon because she's not going to do any electric damage. So I don't think it would be too crazy to build her with an attack style weapon, some kind of weapon that offers some crit rate, crit damage, and building her, because remember, she's going to be doing damage from off field, and it's going to be much more than our previous aftershock agents of someone like Jufufu Trigger, because yeah, she's actually going to be doing more damage. In terms of the characters that she's going to work really well with, she's clearly been designed to work well with Seed because she's going to do her EX specials from off field, which kind of means you don't need to bring Seed back on. Now, Seed does have a mechanic where she wants you to use energy from an on-field attack character, which is weirdly specific and seems to be written just so that Orphe isn't her absolute perfect teammate. So yeah, it means that you're going to miss out on that a lot of the time because you will leave Orphe off field, but there will be occasions where you could potentially manage some of that and actually use a little bit of the EX specials on field just so that you can benefit from the additional from Seed. Seed has clearly been designed to work with her really well, and also Sambi, and depending on what happens with Sambi changes, it may very well be a case that potentially either Seed or Sambi would be a great secondary agent with Orphe, but other than that, I actually don't think that Orphe's going to work super well with many other agents. I think that she's kind of niche in a way that is particularly good with Seed and Sambi, in other words, her Obol Squad teammates, and then pretty much every other character, it'll be kind of cope. Now, will you be able to on-field Orphe? Will you be able to use her as an on-field agent? Yeah, sure. But the way that she's been designed is that she's been designed in a way to be run in these newer double attack style teams to incentivize you to run her in a double attack style team. So you want to run her with a supportive agent, someone like Trigger, maybe even Astra, who can support an attacker style team, and you want to run another attack character with her. Now, is she going to bring someone like a Nekomata up? Probably not as much as Seed would, because remember, Orphe's not going to be taking that much field time. I actually think that Orphe is going to be kind of niche as an agent. She's going to be really, really good with Seed and Sambi, and then outside of that, she'll be acceptable. but not particularly impressive. But anyway, let me know what you guys think about Orphe down below. As always, remember to like and subscribe for an average duck on all your pulls. Pour responsibly, stay weird. Bye, 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 bye.
Mm. 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 This literally looks like an artifact. Come on. Fucking vanished. Wow.
So, you're here for the IR Heroes. So, you're here for the IR Heroes.
Don't expect any mercy from me.
Patch you up. Come on! Show me your courage!
Ah. Let the world collide!
Let me take note of this.
Where's the event organizer now?
Let's ride. Watch out, or you'll get
The show begins!
fire. Fallen leaves. Thorn my knight. Incinerate! Try and stop me. Something to add to my
The reigning champion of the IR Heroes Cup.
Burn it down.
May I present? Time to shine.
Let's go. Light up the blazing sun.
How brilliant!
Clouds high. The birds call. Let's ride. Full throttle.
Shower me with praise!
Light it up.
Neat.
Time to go.
Good story.
Let me take note of this.
So. You're all right there.
Burn it down.
Yoo-hoo! Lend me a hand.
Wind Strider. Let's ride.
gonna be using you.
Prepare
Well,
yourself. Let's finish this fast.
What? Well. Why have you decided to suddenly fight me? You were taking pictures.
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo in.
Let's ride.
Ticket. Go on. You have my approval.
Let me take note of this.
Rev the engines.
Telling me there's nothing here, aside from crabs. And not a big amount of crabs. Oh, no, there is something. Yay!
Let me take note of this.
Your teeth! I will stand down.
Let's go there.
Let's Wind Strider.
Full throttle!
Kind of concrete contest, it seems. Yeah, nice. Wow, there's still something over there.
Rise with the sun!
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
They refuse to give us a chance to get me a C1. And that's all. It's one big region. There are no sub-regions. It's just 51%. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's see how close are we to giving the last piece. Wait, no. Hydro. $16 is where? Here's the head. Come on, attack percent, crit damage percent, both are fine. I guess crit damage is more interesting. Alright, let's see.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Therefore, Hut isn't perceived as the glowing one. That just stands.
Come on.
Okay, so the dark talk about Charlie Kirk's assassination by Stephen Woodford.
I've spent much of last night and today thinking of what, if anything, I want to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And here it is. To watch a man slump into his chair, blood pumping from his neck, in front of his wife and children, is not only a crime, but an obscenity. No decent person should celebrate it, and anyone who does disgraces themselves. What those two children will remember will scar them forever. His wife will replay it for the rest of her days. And the audience, the members who are there, the ordinary people, many of them only there out of curiosity, they will carry that trauma too. These things have a way of echoing. This will radicalize some, it will embitter others, and deepen an already yawning trench of American polarization. Make no mistake, this was not an attack on one man, it was an attack on every bystander's sense of safety in public life. And yet, in the hours since, there has been this sickly effort to canonize Charlie as some sort of martyr, a humble, harmless man who was merely asking uncomfortable questions, who got struck down by the intolerance of the leftist mob. This is lionization bordering on propaganda, and so let's speak plainly. Charlie Kirk was not an innocent truth-teller cut down for his virtue. He was a ruthless polemicist who, for more than a decade, made his living pouring fuel on America's cultural wars. He trafficked in racial dog whistles, mocking minorities, and treating school shootings as necessary collateral for the glory of gun right absolutism. To deny this is to willfully rewrite history. Seriously, remember his words referring to school shootings.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Children were bleeding to death on classroom floors, and his response was not compassion, nor action, but an abstract calculus in which their corpses were an acceptable price. He described Martin Luther King Jr. as awful, not a good person. He dismissed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, you know, the landmark legislation outlawing racial segregation, as a huge mistake.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true.
Yeah, and the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
He sneered that empathy was a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
Empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
He called immigrants not real Americans.
And I'm not allowed to say that this guy's not an American. I'm sorry, he's not an American.
He ranted that America does not need more visas from people from India. He derided same-sex marriage as sexual anarchy. And this was not merely talk, despite what some are saying. He wielded enormous influence. He built Turning Point USA into a juggernaut that fueled, and still fuels, youth towards the most reactionary corners of Trumpism and Christian nationalism. He mainstreamed conspiracy theories and demonization as daily bread. He delighted in humiliating unprepared college students on camera, a blood sport carefully staged for viral consumption. This was his job. Spectacle over substance, cruelty over charity, polarization over persuasion. Now, none of this means that he deserved to die. He didn't. The fact that he was murdered is abhorrent, and it terrifies me that this is where we're at with American politics. But to pretend that he was simply a great man with different views is cowardice. He played a massive role in keeping the Republican base loyal to Donald Trump and in shaping the movement that now seeks to refashion America into a Christian nationalist state. He also endorsed and amplified Trump's false conspiracy that the 2020 election was stolen, a lie that inflamed and still inflames distrust in democracy itself and directly escalates the climate of political violence in America. Which brings us to the politics of blame. Donald Trump, never one to resist a self-serving opportunity, immediately declared that this was the work of the radical left. He accused his opponents of creating an atmosphere of violence, of treating Republicans as subhuman.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
And yet, one hardly needs reminding. Trump has spent years accusing Barack Obama of treason. He has called immigrants rapists and animals. He has portrayed the left not as misguided adversaries, but as an existential enemy to be crushed. His rallies pulse with chants of jailing or deporting his opponents.
She deleted the emails, she has to go to jail.
His advisors, like Laura Loomer, openly declare that debate time is over. He frequently uses dehumanizing rhetoric himself, and now has the gall to claim that his movement is the victim of uniquely toxic incitement. It is hypocrisy so glaring that it dazzles. When Trump decried political violence following Charlie Kirk's assassination, know what he did not say. He did not mention the 2 Democratic Minnesota state legislators shot in their home in June. State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were killed, and State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who were wounded when a gunman disguised as a police officer invaded their residence. He did not mention the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence in April, where the suspect planned to assault the governor with a hammer. He did not mention the latest school shooting. Yes, another one, on the very same day that Charlie Kirk was gunned down. In fact, it was within 4 minutes. He only recited a litany of Republican grievances, his own brush with assassination in Pennsylvania, the attack on ICE agents, the murder of a healthcare billionaire in New York. Conveniently omitted were any examples that might complicate his narrative of unilateral leftist violence. Conveniently omitted was the fact that there is no evidence, as of this moment, that the Kirk shooter was motivated by left-leaning ideology at all. The investigation is ongoing. We do not know who pulled the trigger or why, and yet Trump already knows it was the left. It always is. This is not analysis, it is opportunism. But to stop with Trump's hypocrisy would be too easy. The real sickness is, of course, far deeper. It is the architecture of our digital world, the algorithms that reward outrage, the feeds that feed upon themselves, the endless cycle of performative cruelty. Platforms like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok, they don't thrive on moderation, they thrive on extremes. The more divisive, the more views. The more views, the more revenue. And in this carnival with distorted incentives, people like Kirk excel. His entire model was algorithm ready. Short, combative clips, humiliations of hapless students, sound bites designed to outrage liberals and thrill conservatives. The machinery elevated him precisely because he was polarizing. And then we are surprised when people begin to believe that their opponents aren't just wrong, but monsters. We're surprised when violence, once rhetorical, becomes literal. It's as if we mass-produce grievance and then act bewildered when someone loads it into a gun. And so here we stand, and we must hold 2 truths together without flinching. The first is that Charlie Kirk was a victim of an unforgivable crime. His family deserves our sympathy. His supporters deserve our empathy. The public who watched deserve our care. The second is that Charlie Kirk himself contributed mightily to the very culture of dehumanization in which such crimes gestate. He was no innocent cut down for speaking unforgivable truths. He was a provocateur who normalized cruelty, bigotry, and conspiracy, and who made millions doing so. Both truths are essential. To abandon either is a lie.
Brilliant! Let my name... Make yourselves at home!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust-up.
Settle down! Huh. Let the mighty be humbled! Bow your head.
Time to shine! I see everything!
Defensive mode engaged.
Be sanctified.
The show begins! Let my name echo! Commit it to memory!
Installation chamber.
Settle down.
mercy! Light of the blazing sun! Bring it! Huh? I'm going in!
Eat Lolling, eat Papa. Get
Wrath from the sky! Try and stop me!
Teamwork is dream. Get to work. You two. Time to end.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Letting grave names echo!
Huh? I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. Eat Lolling, eat Papa. Get him.
Wrath from the sky! Full throttle!
All right. No. Okay, whatever. Guess that's what I'm going to use.
Silence!
Yoo-hoo! Ah, let the world come alive! Grow, grow, grow!
Defensive mode engaged.
Bow your head.
This may hurt a little. Committed to memory. May I present?
Settle down.
Let my name echo in song. This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Installation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Settle down.
The show begins. Time to shine. Grow, grow, grow.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Bow your head.
Defensive mode engaged.
Settle down.
This may hurt a
Preparing for dust up.
Okay, let's see if we can do it like that.
Burn it down! Bring it!
Let's light it up! Teamwork is get to work! You two! Time to end this!
Light of the blazing sun!
I'm going in! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath!
Bow your head.
Let my name echo in song!
Committed to memory.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Annihilation mode.
Silence!
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Installation chamber deployed.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Be sanctified.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song!
Growl, growl, growl.
Defensive mode engaged.
Ultimatum protocol.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled.
That's better.
He's Laline! He's Papa! Get him! Wrath from the sky!
Ah.
Let's light it up! Light it up! Huh? I'm going in! Get to work! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate!
Rev the engines. Bring it.
Everybody stand back! Show no mercy! You two! Time to end them!
Pyroclastic surge.
Yay! Hmm, 100 primogems. Oh, 500. Guess I got more from opening chest than I thought I would. Wait, that was 300 from chests, or actually 207. Is something 250 about, because I did collect 100 from, not this one. In wake of Charlie Kirk murder, Bernie Sanders addresses rising political violence in America. Senator Bernie Sanders.
All things
Why
come to an
haven't
end.
we subscribed to him?
Itself.
Although, why would I be subscribed to him?
Thank you very much for joining me. I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue. but it was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view? That's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota's Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson, and the shooting several years ago of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum. Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us must be loud and clear. Political violence, regardless of ideology, is not the answer and must be condemned. Thank you very much.
Okay. I need a break from Genshin Impact. At least for today. I did a lot of useful things. But now it's time to... change up what I'm doing. Except obviously, first and foremost, not obviously actually. I just want to make sure that my wishes are up to date. Um, 52. 20 more pulls. 25 more pulls maybe. Is what is necessary for me currently. 17 days. Moderately good universal sword. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it to get it this time. This is completely useless. Filter. 5-star sword. And I can't look at them without entry existing. Interesting. Good. Well, really well. Slash. What a beautiful sword, gamer. Huh? Okay. 600 kilocalories. I guess I'm gonna have a look. In the meantime. Yeah. Later. Later. Vanyan hasn't been run yet. Kirara has been run 2 times. Because Primordial Jet Cutter will never rerun again.
This is a cup of Yapon tea. It is the only caffeinated drink that is native to North America. It is not closely related to this, which is a cup of black tea, much less this, which is a cup of coffee. Or this, which has guarana, or this, which is yerba mate, and none of those are related to this, which is chocolate. But all of those things have caffeine. And you might be thinking like, no, Hank, chocolate has theobromine. And yes, that is chocolate's main stimulant, but chocolate always has a little bit of caffeine, and sometimes quite a bit of it. Tea, coffee, cola, cacao, guarana, yapon, yerba mate. None of these plants share a common ancestor that created caffeine. They all developed it 100% on their own in totally different parts of the world. Which seems very weird, but it actually isn't the weird part. Actually, if you know enough, the fact that these all make caffeine isn't weird at all. But there's something very weird. It's the thing that we always look past, but we're gonna get to it. First, we have to talk about caffeine, which looks like this. You might often see it tattooed on someone's forearm. But one thing you should see tattooed on more forearms is this, which is adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. You think your energy comes from caffeine? Well, wait until you hear about ATP. But we're not going to talk about the various ways that the body stores energy. No, instead, over here you're going to notice a little group of atoms that looks not terribly unlike caffeine. That little bit, if you break it off ATP, is called adenine, and it is a very important molecule. You might recognize it as one of the 4 nitrogenous bases of both DNA and RNA. Once life had adenine to work with, and it's had it pretty much the whole time, it did a lot with it. All living things, including plants, have enzymes that do a bunch of chemistry on adenine, turning it into hormones and waste products and energy storage. Messing with adenine is one of the main things life does, so it's not surprising that occasionally a plant might start making a bit of this adenine-derived molecule called caffeine. Probably because some other adenine-related synthesis wasn't going quite right, but it resulted in a new thing. And oftentimes, when a plant creates this unnecessary accidental byproduct, that plant will be more likely to survive and reproduce than nearby plants because caffeine is a bug poison. Now, it's also a people poison. If you eat like 4 or 5 grams of it, you will die, but it's more potent of a poison for bugs. Part of that's just dose. Like, a bug has to eat a lot of leaf to get the nutrients it needs to survive, and it's gonna eat a lot of caffeine along the way, and it's gonna get super dosed with this molecule. But the wild thing is that caffeine does the same things in our bodies that it does in bug bodies. It just does it more dangerously in bugs because they get the higher dose, and also bugs are worse at processing the molecule. It does like 3 different things to bugs, and it does all 3 of those things to us. But the most important thing that it does in us, the biggest biochemical effect it has on us, is mimicking the neurotransmitter adenosine, which, as you might guess, also adenine derived. But with all of the different activity that it has inside of bugs, it makes them like seize up and jitter, and it shuts down their nervous systems, and then they die. It can also, by the way, poison plants, and you're never gonna guess how it does that. By mimicking adenosine! It does the same thing in plants! There's also some plant-specific effects, but basically, if a plant evolves to be able to contain a bunch of caffeine, which is toxic to the plant, but it also evolves immunity along with evolving the caffeine so that it can keep the bugs off of it. An additional thing that will happen is that it will poison the soil around it for any plant that isn't immune to caffeine. And that could be another advantage for the plant that makes caffeine. So basically, pretty much every time a plant evolves a mutation that causes it to churn out a little bit of caffeine, that plant gets eaten less. And because it's so similar to a bunch of other molecules that plants are already making, caffeine is easy to evolve and provides a large survival advantage, so it has evolved many times, probably way more times than we know about. Maybe the best fact I learned about researching this video, some plants even evolved the ability to put a little bit of caffeine in their nectar so that bees will, instead of dying, get high off of the nectar and be more likely to return to that flower. What? I love that. Now, there's also some closely related molecules like theophylline, which there's a little bit of in tea, and theobromine, which is the big one in chocolate, and they act basically the exact same way. They are also...
Well, learned is the wrong word.
Insecticides, though not as potent as caffeine, and they have very similar effects on a person's body, though again not as potent as caffeine. Because again, the reason it kills bugs, and thus the reason it evolved, is also the reason we like it. It's messing with our physiology, but just enough that it gives us that little extra pep, and it's also a little bit addictive without being so addictive that it ruins your life. But the weirdest thing about all of this isn't that each of these plants independently evolved caffeine. It's that humans independently evolved drinking teas made from each one of these caffeinated plants. And yes, coffee is technically a tea. Also, the Olmecs originally ate cacao as a tea, though probably it was so wildly and intricately spiced that you wouldn't recognize it as a tea. Definitely a drink, though. These are groups of humans separated by oceans and millennia, and they're all drinking caffeine. This is amazing. We love caffeine. We love it so much. The practice of drinking caffeine teas has arisen 7 different times. Tea in China and East Asia, coffee in the Horn of Africa and Arabia, cacao in Mesoamerica, cola nut in West Africa, guarana in the Amazon basin, yerba mate in the southern cone of South America, and yaupon in southeastern North America. But John, there is an 8th way. An 8th way that we get caffeine now, which is what's in here. What plant do you think the caffeine in sodas come from? Guess? Do you have it in you? That's right. The chemical plant. Did I shake it too much? I did. Now, we could and sometimes do use the caffeine left over from decaf coffee, but that comes with a bunch of flavor from the coffee and is actually more expensive, so mostly beverages are caffeinated with caffeine made entirely by humans. We make it from scratch now. We're like, plants, I don't need you. I don't need you. Derived from petroleum. God, I don't love that drink, John. I'm sorry. Now, by far my favorite way of getting caffeine is tea. Green tea or black, which are actually from the same plant, just prepared differently. I like tea because there's less caffeine per drink, which is great for me. And there's also more theophylline, which produces a milder vibe. I'm sweaty, jeez. Am I on drugs right now? There is some interesting research that an amino acid called L-theanine that is in tea can kind of combine with the caffeine to give you like a more chill vibe while keeping you aware. But to get real deep into that, I feel like I need to make a whole video about it. Regardless, my mornings are a little bit more delightful with a cup of tea than with a cup of coffee, just for me. And I think that's a part of why it remains the most popular drink in the entire world. John, after I first wrote this video, which is a while ago now, I realized that I needed to do a thing. I decided to put together an experience, because that's one of my favorite things about teas, the experience. And so the experience I have created is a 6-month subscription to Keats & Co. loose leaf tea. Each month, you get a different tea, and you also get a little video from me where I talk about how I'm going to try to calm down for a second. Okay, let's take it again. Every month, you get a different tea, and you also get a little video from me where I talk about how I prepare my tea and have a cup while I chat with the camera. The teas are going to swap back and forth between caffeinated and herbal, and I've designed it to sort of start simply and then build from there. It's called Hank's Tea Experience, and the quantity is limited, shipping is free, and all the profit goes to help in the fight against tuberculosis, which may be the only thing more ubiquitous in the human story than caffeine. John, I'll see you on Tuesday.
I was recently lucky enough to be invited to an event called Maker's Retreat, which was organised by
Wow. As of September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk is no longer a racist.
Matt Denton and James Bruton, where a bunch of creators all went camping for the weekend. We all got to hang out and talk about the various projects we were working on, as well as take part in some challenges. One of them being a bridge building competition using a set of 3D printed components, which was sponsored by Multiboard. which after the challenge and a few beers, we used the leftover components to build a huge 3D printed trebuchet. We also had to get creative and make custom masks based on various different animals, which wasn't really my strong point, but it was great fun to participate in. However, the challenge that I was maybe a little bit too competitive about was the 3D printed hook challenge, which was sponsored by Polymaker, so they supplied all the filament and set the following rules. Each hook must weigh less than 50 grams, and it must be 3D printed without assembly. So print in place designs are allowed, you just can't assemble multiple pieces. And it must be attached to a pair of 8mm shackles without disassembling the shackles. So it must have an opening large enough for the 8mm shafts. There were 4 teams competing, and each team had to go up against one another, almost like a tug of war, to see which design would break first. Now you can pause the video here if you want to think of your own design, and then I'll spoil the fun. My first thought was to do some research to see if anyone else had done this before, and funnily enough, Polymaker had actually run a very similar competition back in 2020. These were the top 3 designs, where Stefan from CNC Kitchen had an interesting multi-tooth hooks loop, and the winning 2 designs were a similar wrap of printed plastic. But their rules were slightly different because they only had to prove that their design wasn't a closed loop. It didn't actually have to open in order to mount to the shackles, which adds another level of difficulty. In an ideal world, a solid loop would be the strongest design, as the tension on one side is balanced by the tension on the other, so there are very little bending forces. However, our design has to open to accept the 8mm shackles. This creates a C-shaped hook, which is far weaker as there isn't just tension in this vertical section, but also bending forces created by the offset between the upwards force of the shackle and the downwards force of the tension in the hook. Now you might assume the next best idea is to design a latch into the other side of the hook, which will greatly increase the strength over an open C-hook design, but it still has its weak spots. For example, each side of the latch is essentially a small C-hook in itself, and due to the rigidity of the print, it will be very difficult to open the latch wide enough for the 8mm shaft to pass through. So we'd either need to extend the length of the hook to allow some flexibility, or design in some thinner bending points to allow the latch to open, which obviously weakens the design significantly. So my idea was to design the hook as 2 separate C-hooks, or maybe call them J-hooks, where they overlap around the shackles. And yes, they are 2 separate parts currently, which would break the non-assembly rule, but that can be fixed later. Now this design currently isn't very strong, as the outer portions of the overlap are still subject to large bending forces like a standard C-shape hook. But if we add some teeth between the 2 parts, it completely changes the force balance. So the tension from this side is pulling the C-hook away from the shackle, and the same in the opposite direction. But the teeth prevent this from happening and lock it in position, effectively balancing the forces. Also, if we get the angle of the teeth correct, they should bite harder with more tension. So the likelihood of the teeth jumping out of position is almost impossible, unless this section breaks, which would cause bigger issues. Then to avoid breaking the non-assembly rule, I designed this 3D printed spring in between the 2 parts, which allow them to separate enough to get the shackle inside, and then they lock together like so. Now I don't have a method of actually testing this hook, at least to the forces that we're aiming for, but I can 3D print a much thinner version that I can hopefully hang my own body weight off. This is a 2mm thick version, which is 10% as thick as the final version, and it was able to hold my whole body weight of about 85 kilograms, at least until I bounced on it. But watching it back in slow motion revealed the outer hook actually slipped off of the inner hook because it was so thin, meaning it wasn't actually the design that broke. So in theory, the full thickness version of this hook should be able to hold about 850 kilograms or more. But I think we can do better. I want it to hold a ton. Fortunately, Polymaker supplies some structural strength numbers on their filaments, and we can use this to do some basic calculations. Their PLA filament has a tensile strength of 52 megapascals when printed flat. So if we convert 1,000 kilograms, or a ton, into newtons, we get 9,810 newtons. And if we divide this by the tensile strength, we get an area of 1.9 times 10 to the minus 4 meters squared, or 190 millimeters squared. What this means is if we slice the hook through the middle, we need this total cross-sectional area to be at least 190 millimeters squared, which actually isn't that much. But to be safe, I'm going to double this area to increase its safety factor, so we can account for any print quality issues or unwanted bending forces around the shackles. However, the cross-sectional area of the hook can't be too large, as we still need to stay below the 50-gram limit. So what we want to do is design the hook as short as possible but as wide as possible, as if we make the hook too long, we're just wasting mass in the wrong areas. The next thing I considered was making the hook hollow, because like an I-beam, it's ideal to have as much material as possible in tension and compression. So thickening the design whilst keeping the same cross-sectional area should strengthen the outer C-sections and potentially take some load off the teeth. Now this is very easy to do in the 3D printer slicer, as you can just adjust the infill percentage to remove material from inside the part. However, if you imagine the part with 0% infill, the cross-section of the internals look like a box section, and these 90-degree angles between the sidewalls and the bottom and top layers could cause stress concentrations. So my idea is to design a custom hollow section in which I can fillet the internal corners to prevent these stress concentrations, and then print the design as 100% perimeter walls. It was then just a case of putting the design through some finite element analysis to see the high stress areas and make adjustments accordingly. Like you can see here, as the stress values increase, it fades in a uniform manner throughout the whole hook instead of focusing on a specific point. There is a peak stress here, but that's because the simulation doesn't allow this section to rotate like the real world test would. So this is the final design, where the spring section allows these portions to open to allow the shackle to be mounted, and then the two parts click together to hopefully be nearly as strong as a complete loop. But is it strong enough? The test stand consisted of a 2-ton hydraulic engine crane and a 1.5-ton scale to measure the breaking point. You're going down.
No, you're going down.
Now, I didn't capture the whole competition, but if you want to watch it all, you can go check it out on the Polymaker YouTube channel, which I'll link in the description down below, before I spoil the results. Basically, we had to print our design in 3 different materials: ABS, PETG and PLA, and then we had to choose which material hook we would use depending on the opponent we were up against. So ABS would be the weakest option, and then PETG and PLA would be pretty close. But for our design, we decided that PLA would be the strongest because it had the highest rigidity, which would hopefully keep the teeth engaged. For me, the most interesting part of this competition was seeing the other teams' designs, as they're all unique, and deciding which material to use against each of the competitors was a tough one. Anyway, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Polymaker's full video on the competition yet,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Clash of Clashes, the Rumble of the Resin, the Filament Fight Night itself, the Maker Retreat Hook Contest. Our makers have been split into 4 teams, each electing a lead designer, each with a hook that they swear is unbreakable. But by the end of tonight, 3 will be lying in shards, crying into their empty spools, while one, just one, will hoist the trophy of tensile triumph. Right then, folks, let's meet the contenders. First up, the yellow team, hand-picked for his engineering mind. Their captain needs no introduction. It's Tom Stanton, aerospace engineer turned YouTuber. Tom leads Team Yellow into battle.
Hello from Yellow.
In green, it's Repcord's very own Alan Puccinelli. Chosen for his relentless creativity and reputation as the king of filament chaos, Alan is the driving force behind Team Green.
We're me, we're green, we're here to steal the sea.
Flying the banner in blue, engineer Emma from Project Air, selected for her experimental genius and fearless approach to design. Emma leads Team Blue.
Blue team.
And last but not least, the mighty red team, led by the man behind proper printing himself, John, picked for his rock-solid designs and proper no-nonsense printing power. John commands Team Red.
Red till we're dead.
Joining me in the commentary box is Bill, who's going to explain the rules.
Thanks, Ben. Here's how it works. We've got a round-robin format, 4 teams, head-to-head. Every team goes head-to-head once. But the real spice, each team must fight their battles once with PLA, PETG, and ABS. That's right, no backing the same horse, and everybody's got to test their mettle with the shoulder and holy trinity of plastics. A weight limit of 50 grams. Hooks must attach to the 8mm diameter shackle bar without removing the bar. Any mechanisms must be print in place. Take us through the material options, Ben.
PLA, prints smoother than a Sunday pint, but snaps faster than a dodgy pub chair. Featuring a tensile strength of 52 megapascals, this famously brittle filament leads the way in tensile strength. PETG, tough as nails, only 1 megapascal behind PLA in strength, but an extra 2% on elongation at break. And ABS, warps like a banshee, but if you can tame it, it's an absolute monster in the pull test. What lacks in strength is made up in elongation with a whopping 18%. The chain is locked, the hooks are linked. It's geometry against geometry, layers against layers. Every round, another hook will crack under the pressure until we whittle down to the final showdown. And here's the kicker. In the grand finale, the gloves are off. The teams can choose any material they like. It's strategy, it's strength, it's shattering plastic and shattering egos. Enough chit-chat, let's get into this. Match 1, it's red versus yellow.
Yellow team have weighed in slightly overweight at 50.4 grams, so Nick is doing some last-minute shaving to get this hook under the legal weight limit.
Both teams are backing themselves here as we have a PLA versus PLA showdown. So this match is going to be purely about the design. Red team slightly lighter at 46.5 grams. Only time will tell if that weight advantage translates to a result. Okay, the hooks are loaded. Over to our hoist master on the ground, Matt Denton.
100, 20, 50, 70, 85, 90, 200, 250, 275, 300, 350, 70, 80, 90, 400, 450, 70,
The red team's hook is on the floor, but still looks in good shape. That's first blood to the yellow team with a breaking weight of 481 kilograms.
Seems like the latch mechanism of this design is the weak point. More flexible materials might suit this design better.
Next up for our second match, it's green versus blue. Green team are taking ABS, and blue team have opted for PLA.
These two are in close contention with a weight difference of only 0.2 grams.
When they come up against red and yellow, they will be at a severe weight disadvantage. Anyway, on with the show. The hooks are loaded. Let them rip, Matt.
75, 80, 90, 100. Oh, 113.
A deflated reaction from our hoist master as the green team seals the victory with a breaking weight of 116 kilograms. But it seems both of our designers have been conservative on the weight limit, leaving almost 15 grams unaccounted for.
Next up, it's red versus green, a battle between PETG and ABS. Green team have their head held high with a first round win, but 15-gram weight disadvantage. They will have their work cut out for them.
30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 90, 100. 60,
Yeah, it does that, doesn't it? Yeah. I guess it makes sense because it would, yes, a tiny bit of separation multiplies.
90, 200, 20, 25, 200, gone down, back to 200, 220, 35, 212, we've gone down again, slowly unraveling, 250, 270, 280, 290, 260 again. It's unraveling and breaking at the moment, starting to break. 300, 325, 330, 340, 350,
That could have gone either way, Ben. Green team's hook showed promise there, but the teeth in this design meant only the inner layers are engaged, which why we see a failure mode from inside to out. Still a very impressive break weight of 353 kilograms. Can only wonder how this hook would fare at full weight with all layers engaged.
Right then, it's match 4, yellow versus blue. The yellow team looked convincing in the first round, and the blue team yet to get out of the blocks. The yellows are coming in with an 8-gram weight advantage here, and they've chose ABS to take on the blue team's PETG.
Oh, 50 kg, that's where it went last time in design. 50 kg, it started to break at the clasp. 65, 75. 90, 100, 20, 35, 150. It's really stretching. 130. It's gone down because it's stretched.
The yellow team have analyzed the other team's hooks pre-match here and played the right hand at the right time. They recognized the red team as the threat and took their PLA hook out of contention early. Amazing to see an extra 100 kilograms even after the class started to yield. Anyway, that's 2 out of 2 from the yellow team. Up next, it's an all PETG showdown as the greens take on the yellows.
Take it away, Matt.
100. 150. 185. We've passed what we were at before. 215. 250. 75. 300.
This has got different levels, hasn't it?
I don't know the other 400. The display freaked out and just reset itself.
In the end, the yellow team take the win to continue their streak, and finally another high-stakes battle with a breaking weight, pushing the half-ton. Our last match of the round robin. It's red versus blue.
Red team have looked strong tonight. A win here will put them into the final. We've got a PLA versus ABS battle, and our contenders have been favoring the PLA so far. However, in this fight, blue team's PLA hook is underweight by 6 grams.
Again, we see blue team's class start to fail around 50 kilograms.
Tension's building. 100 kilograms, here we go, 100k. 120, 130. That blue is starting to separate. 150 and 60.
So it looks about just about 170, I think. It's not even full of concrete.
Okay, folks, to recap the standings after the round robin, the undefeated yellow team goes straight into the final, taking on the mighty reds. The blue team lost all 3 bouts, and since they have no surviving hook, that puts the green team automatically in 3rd place. The red team have 2 surviving hooks to choose from. Their ABS hook has undergone the least stress when it beat the blue team at 163 kilograms.
Yellow team are in the driving seat here with all 3 hooks to choose from.
The problem is in the picture because it's flexible. It's the teeth can give way. I feel like this one's still.
Stanton is really backing himself here as the yellow team have put their PLA hook into the final despite its tough round robin. Linked Up, the red team have chosen their PETG hook to complete the chain.
Bold choice, Ben, considering their design has that weak point on the catch. The ABS hook with the greater elongation could fare better here, and their ABS hook has taken on a lot less strain in the round robin.
There's no more waiting. The hooks are locked in now. For one final time, we hand over to Hoistmaster Denton to decide who will be our champion.
Here we go. 25, 40, 50, 85, 90, 100, 125, 135, 140, 150, 60, 70, 80, 90, 200, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 300, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Oh, not quite.
And it's all over. The yellow team have reigned supreme, producing a hook that is unbreakable, regardless of material.
It's probably about 400, wasn't it? Started.
Amazing stuff, Ben. The crowd is absolutely electric here. But surely we can't end it there. Our contenders are thirsty for destruction. They want to see what 50 grams of PLA can really do. Let's get the winning hook loaded back into the rig and test it to destruction.
Let's go to our audience for some bet taking.
500. 6. 15. 16. 790. Any more bets? 880.
720. 700 on the dot. 700 on the dot.
666. I'm 667.
Yellow team's winning PLA hook is loaded back into the rig. Our audience have cast their vote. It's time to see what 50 grams of PLA can really do.
You know it can take 400, so we build up quicker. 150, 70, 200, 300.
Scary.
400. 500. 666. 600.
730, 750. 800. 850.
It's quite scary.
Going down.
A little bit of wee work. A little bit of wee work.
Like twice my prediction. Is it hollow?
Yeah, it's hollow.
And it was hollow inside, right inside. 1.1 something tons, amazing.
Wow.
Excellent stuff, well done. Well done, to the ring.
50 grams of PLA and a bit of engineering magic from Stanton has managed to break the 1-ton mark. Now a word from Yellow Team's lead designer, Tom Stanton.
Filleted the internal corners, which like if you don't do, or like 3D printed infill, those would be sharp internal edges.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's filleted so that it spreads the load around the corners. And the reason why it's hollow is because it's basically like the reverse of an I-beam. So you move like the strength away from the middle. You want it as thick as possible, so that that was the theory behind it.
Fascinating.
Because it's all to do with the megapascal, and it multiplied by the area, or is it divided by? No, it's divided by.
Amazing. Three full days designing.
Yeah, my next video is delayed because of this.
You should have made a video about it, really.
I think I might do on my second channel, yeah. And then I printed them separate, so then they can have the same like, internal teeth radius. Makes sense?
Yeah.
I went way too far.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah.
That's all, folks. If you enjoyed this evening's Fight Night, subscribe and find out what else our teams got up to during the Maker Retreat. Good night.
We managed to get to the finals where we were up against Jon's design from Proper Printing.
40, 50, 85, 90, 100, 125, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 200, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 300, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Oh,
And with a breaking force of 405 kilograms for a 50-gram piece of 3D printed plastic, we won. I couldn't believe we won the competition. This tiny bit of plastic and this design actually held up the strongest. But it still hadn't broken yet, and I wanted to see where it would actually break. So we loaded it back into the test stand to push it to its limit.
You know it can take 400, so I'm going to build up quicker. 150, 70, 200, 300, 400.
Make a ton, make a ton.
It's quite scary over here.
It's slowly elongated.
Oh, and one. A little bit of wee might have come out.
Is it hollow?
And it was hollow inside. Well done, Tom. And yellow team. Fantastic result. 1.1 something tons. Amazing. Wow. Excellent stuff. Well done.
Now, yes, I may have taken this competition a little too seriously, but I really enjoyed trying to optimize this design to hold the strongest weight possible. And like with any test, there's always more data to be gathered. Polymaker mounted a GoPro right next to the test stand, and it was filming at 200 frames per second, which still wasn't quite slow enough, but if we look frame by frame, it looks like the bottom half of the hook gave way first, almost like the teeth failed. But after collecting all the broken parts of the hook, I have a different theory. My guess is that it broke right here at the first tooth, as there is this tight angle which probably caused a large stress concentration. So that probably cracked in this direction, and once that released, the teeth disengaged, and the inner portion of the C hook stood no chance of holding the weight. So if I were to redesign this hook, I'd probably increase the internal radius of this tooth to reduce the stress concentration, and move some material from the side of the hook to beef up this area around the teeth, as the vertical section that's purely in tension held up just fine. Either way, I hope you found this video interesting. I had a lot of fun designing and optimizing this hook, and I had a great time hanging out with everyone over the weekend. It was such a brilliant event. So if you want to see more about this competition, you can go and watch Polymaker's video, which will be posted right here. You can click on it right now and view the whole competition. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.
This complex gearbox came off the print bed in one piece with no supports. The technique is kind of like making a cup of coffee, but instead of drinking it you put it back into the machine, add more coffee, boil it again, repeat the process, and that's pretty much what I did but using my 3D printer. I started by printing the gears, but when they were halfway printed I paused the print and added an ABS retaining plate. Then after I resumed and the print finished, the gears were sealed in, held at the right distance apart with a low friction mounting plate. I then started printing the frame of the gearbox, and mid-print I inserted 3 of the gear plates held at different angles, and then I resumed the print to seal them in. Once I threw a motor into the design, I had a complex gearbox that drove 2 outputs from a single motor. My idea is to use this design to make a walking robot, and when I clone this module several times, I'll have a centipede-style robot driven with a single shaft down the center. Is this an efficient way to use the 3D printer or a waste of time? This complex gearbox came off the print.
Hello, it's Hank, and I'm here with Madeline Limbruggen, who is our new SciShow resident. This is a project that we do where we invite interesting and exciting science communicators to come and work with SciShow for a little while. They write scripts, they host scripts, they pitch scripts, they pitch them first. It'd be weird if they did that last. Madeline is a PhD physicist studying the PhD of squishy things. Is that what you told me?
Yeah, squishy physics.
Squishy physics.
The official name is soft matter physics.
That
but
seems important and hard.
Yes, the soft stuff is hard.
And the hard stuff is easy.
Yes,
Nice.
because the hard stuff doesn't move around as much.
It just, well, it does exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, the other thing that makes squishy stuff hard is that it's at normal temperatures. For most of physics, you either like look at really, really high temperatures or really, really low temperatures. So squishy physics is like the physics of every day, which is complicated.
It happens at normal temperatures, but also squishy, I feel like it could change not on a pretty low temperature range. Judging from my mattress. Like, it can be quite hard if it's cold, and it can be quite soft if it's warm.
Your mattress has that much temperature dependence?
Like, right when I get in, I feel like it's a little harder.
Interesting.
Maybe look, I'm not a PhD physicist.
but yeah, there's a lot of changes that can happen in a material based on its temperature. Or so you have to have tools that work over a really wide range of temperatures and conditions in order to study these like non-equilibrium systems.
What's a non-equilibrium system?
That is one that is like changing and moving all the time. So usually we talk about equilibrium means that it just like sits there and it will be that way for all of eternity.
Right, even if it's moving, it's...
Yes, it's not like the bulk properties of it, the things that we measure like temperature and pressure, those aren't changing. So non-equilibrium is like if you push something that is squishy the whole time, that is moving. And so that's a non-equilibrium process.
What was your thesis about?
It was about crumpling paper. So
Is paper squishy?
So this is where soft matter is kind of a catch-all.
Sure.
Squishy physics is the fun name, but not everything is quite squishy.
Sure. Well, I mean, look. A piece of paper in a stack is hard.
Yes.
But a piece of paper crumpled up is squishy.
It's squishy. Yeah. So that's the connection there. But yeah, I made computer simulations of very thin sheets and watched them as they get crumpled into balls. There's actually some really interesting statistics in the pattern that you get when you crumple something.
Interesting. This is what we learn is like, well, why would we do that? And then it's like, oh, it turns out that it's going to make AI smarter or something.
Or
like, There's just
something.
like, you're going to be able to predict the future better because we crumpled up thin sheets of paper inside of computers.
Well, one of the applications is potentially in batteries, because having a lot of surface area in a relatively small amount of volume can help increase battery capacity. And then there are questions like memory. A lot of these advancements in AI came out of statistical physics, which is one of the main tools we use in soft matter physics. And what they look at is these systems that have a lot of seeming chaos, but there are patterns in them, and there are ways to traverse those
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. You know, coffee is not a must, but a calm and relaxed mindset sure is.
Found your weakness. No escape. Hit him where it hurts.
Leave it to me. Oh, for Lord Satan.
Found your weakness. Oops, sorry. A little gift for ya.
Where are you looking? All right, I'll take the mic.
Whee! Yeah. Come on.
Ooh, we really harmonize. Standing by.
Need a fortune telling?
Number 0, Ambi. Standing by. Number 0, Ambi. Standing by. You know, I really like your scent.
I am the Eye of Obel. I've got your back. Sniper trigger. Standing by.
Ah, this dude. Have I not pulled him yet?
Seed, don't go dark. The melody of combat. Supporting position. Adjusting for wind.
I've been on standby for a long time. Here comes the big one.
Roger.
Ooh, we really harmonize. Number 0, Ambi.
I've got your back.
Yahoo! Seed at your service. Better start digging graves.
Now, time to pin them down.
Copy.
Copy. Recalibrating.
Wide open. Leave it to Seed. It'll be A-okay.
Initiating devastating strike! Eradication mode activated!
In position. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Mind the voltage. Number 0, Ambi. Standing by. Number 0, Ambi. Ooh, we really harmonize. The anticipation of I hear the stage calling my name. Roger. Stage is mine. Yahoo! Let's beat down strategy. Outbound. Not over yet.
Initiating devastating strike.
Holy feet prediction.
Keep distance.
Right on cue. Now you. Right over there.
Blast frequency. Well, I'm not sure if I'm interested in pulling anyone this patch in 10 days, but it seems that yeah, I technically can if I would want to do that.
The shining girl decide. Let your inner spark ignite. Find a track.
I guess gacha pulls include pulling for bank balls. Oh. Electric physical. Impaired. Crit damage increased. Maybe Miyabi team is
family.
what I want, because she scales off with crit here. Physical, ether, fire. Maybe just like that. Yishuan will be for the right team. And Miyabi team goes to the left. This Miyabi team.
My blade's gonna rust without enemies to fight.
That was... I'm confused. Why did I spend all of that?
make it painless.
My turn. More fire.
Oops, sorry.
Come on! Don't be nervous! Alright! This party is just getting started! Let's pick it up!
Let's make this quick. The final act begins now.
Don't worry! I got this!
Got your back.
Careful, don't get scared! Need a hand? Why are you laughing?
Who's the hunter and who's the prey?
Now's my chance!
Time to strike. Careful. It's back.
Mike's ready for a fiery feast! Where's the date?
Found your weakness.
More fire!
I'll make it painless.
I don't remember how I did it previously. But maybe what I should do is... No, actually... And go for...
Don't frighten me like that! Erratic. Good day, Lord Phaeton. Where are we going?
Curious idea.
There's no class today.
Which alias should I use this time?
Something like that.
Let's stir up some trouble.
Дингали-дингали.
The sacred path must not be profaned!
My blade strikes.
No way for mercy.
Now, you're the prey.
Victory, the only option.
Rising tide of destiny!
Your luck's run out! No, come on!
Hit him where it hurts.
Sink!
To the boss! It's blasphemy!
Wanna know what lurks in the darkness?
Hope you can't! I swear on my blade.
Found your weakness. Here's a taste of the abyss.
Soldiers! Fight by my side!
I'm in the zone.
Come on! Don't be nervous!
Let's make this quick.
Careful, don't get scared!
Hit him where it hurts. Don't get hit.
Purging slash!
I'll make it painless.
This does look good. And well, I got all the performance points.
Ether vision activate. Down status. Time to step back. Let me. Hey, engaging. Roger that. Resolve. There's more to battle. Just glory. Watch it. Wide open. What you deserve.
This bullet will reach its mark.
Supporting position.
They're poison!
combat. Roger that. Loyalty. What you deserve.
Soldiers! Fight by my side!
Combat. Shoot. Save your strength, Andy. My bullets are one with the wind. They don't have fire support ready.
I mean, I probably can deal with it with this team.
Swift yet still. Got it. Strength and finesse. The weak spot is here!
Final judgment! Embrace refinement!
Channel!
The time is right! Break up the heat! Judgment falls! Time for execution!
Reality and illusion. Strength and finesse. Obliterate form and spirit. Your life ends here. Clarity and impurity.
Have a taste of the Yunhui unique technique!
Reality and illusion. Strength and finesse. Evil shall turn to dust. Swift yet still. Release.
Here we go. Damage score 21. Okay. That's just damage. That's nice. Mm-hmm.
Eradicate all evil.
The anticipation off stage is the perfect prelude.
Don't frighten me like that! Bear witness to the noble principles of the Timefield family. Don't frighten me like that. Where are we going? There's no class. Good day. Got a new ghost story to share? I would never. Where are we? Good day. Vivian is at your command.
Eesh. Look, I at least will be able to do it for one of those minutes.
Flurry of thrust. Focus on the target. You can't run. No time to deal with the individual. Oh, for Lord's sake, don't you know? Take my dress dirty and okay. Behold, the most symmetrical swordplay. Adjust your breathing. You're about to run out. Go, come on! Quickly stretch the skull. Wait. Strike in an instant. Out of my sight. Don't want to mess with me. My sword always points to victory. Wish to continue? I'm happy to oblige. Careful, don't get scared! Your opponent is me. You better not get my chest dirty. Time for a surprise! Don't underestimate me. Need my help, Yuzuha? For the time field name, I will never lose! Clear your mind. Who dares get between me and Lord Satan? Just this once. You better not get my chest. You're getting dizzy. Don't get scared, no! Fire! Oh, for Lord Satan. With the blade. Time for a surprise! What an eyesore. It's too late to back down now. Now fight down! Salute and... It's time to settle this!
I'll figure something out. But a bit later. During the week. wanted to continue the story for a bit. But I'm way too fucking lazy to do it right now.
Oh, you're up early. Want to try my special Bang Boo combo?
Nice.
Making Bang Boo's metallic exterior look bouncy and cute ain't easy, you know? Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well, obviously because it's cool. Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well, obviously because it's cool. Have a good one, and please come again.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. Whenever you feel lost, you can always come back here for...
And Green asks if he's used anything sexual.
Patterns and store information in them.
Well, what we did, because we knew you were going to be here, is we asked on the community tab on YouTube if people had questions about physics. Questions that I certainly could not answer. I mean, maybe I'll know some of these things. But do you want to answer some questions from the SciShow audience?
I would love nothing more.
Great. Let's establish your credibility. Okay, we got a question from KC who says, wait, there are over a dozen states of matter? What's the difference between a state and a phase of matter? Are those terms interchangeable? Is there a subtle difference? Boy, one, I didn't know that there were 12. I don't feel like there are. Two, but you're going to tell me.
I'm going to tell you.
Two, I had never noticed that state and phase were both kind of used in this.
I'll make it painless. I would say that states are within the basket of phases, but phases are a much bigger basket. So I would say that there aren't dozens of states of matter, but there are dozens of phases that various systems can be in.
You're gonna have to explain that now.
Okay, so states of matter.
Can I tell you the states I know about?
Yeah, tell me.
There's solid, there's liquid, there's gas, and there's plasma. Those are the ones.
Yeah, those are the main four ones. Those are what I would call states.
Okay.
There's like a half of one.
Are they Bose-Einstein condensates?
Yes.
All right.
I only count that as a half because it would be really hard to make that out of most things.
Yeah.
But like plenty of other things can be those other four.
Okay.
So those are like the 4.5 states of matter.
I like that you've demoted Bose-Einstein condensates just on vibes.
Listen, I have big love for them, but they're very impractical.
Sure.
Like most
They're
people
not
are
around.
never going to come around them.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll talk about it later, but there are some interesting dark matter candidates that could be that could form Bose.
Yeah, like is a neutron star a different state of matter? Just a bunch of neutrons? That seems like a different thing.
It's that get. I
say it is.
I would call it a phase.
Okay, so we can get into phases now.
So I wouldn't call that a state of matter because by the time you get down to a neutron star, this is just like a goo of neutrons.
Yeah.
Those aren't atoms or molecules anymore. They don't. It's just neutrons. It's not like water in the degenerate neutron
Right,
state.
right. You couldn't like get water into a neutron star. It's not water.
Yeah, it's not water anymore. It's just neutrons.
Yeah.
So that starts to be a kind of phase, and so then a phase is a collection of atoms that all share a set of properties.
Or particles.
Or particles.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't even have to be atoms or molecules. They could just be particles.
Yeah. Like a spoonful of electrons. That would be bad.
I don't think it would taste very good.
No, I think you would blow up your whole neighborhood. Yeah. What are some
good.
other phases besides just a pile of neutrons?
The phases depends on what you're talking about. One of my favorite examples of phases is liquid crystal displays. So I know that we don't use those very much anymore. They're still around though. So the liquid crystals in there are these little particles that line up in certain ways depending on how you apply an electric or magnetic field. And the way that they line up with each other is what allows different kinds of light to come through and make the picture on your screen. So they can have different phases. They can have a phase where they're all lined up like this. They can be like all kind of lined up, but in different levels. The one that's in your computer is they make these little like twisty. They make a spiral, so they stack on top of each other like a helix, and then that like charters the light around.
That's a lot more complicated than like the calculator one. That's just sort of like gray on gray.
Right, right. So, but the like tricolor ones that if it's changing the pixel from red, green, blue, then the exact shape of the helix will control that.
I just learned so much. I can't believe I did not know that there was a difference between phases and states.
Yeah.
And this makes sense.
In my PhD research, I worked on, one of my projects was on ribbons, twisted ribbons. And the ribbons that I studied had 7 different phases, ways that they deform when you
is that
give them
like
a twist.
similar with ice, where there's like a bunch of different potential crystal structures of ice? Like there's ice 12 or whatever?
Yeah, I would say that's really similar in that ice has, I think it's up to 20 now.
Yeah.
It has different phases, but those are all still solid state of matter, but there are different ways for the crystal to form, and I would maybe say that those are different phases.
Okay. That's a pretty broad category then.
Yeah.
It's weird. You can have like super hot ice, it turns out, if there's enough pressure.
Yeah, I was reading about that recently.
Hot ice.
Yeah.
Sideshow topic. Let's do this one from Ghost Pancake. What actually is plasma? I've heard about 50 different explanations for what it is, but I still don't understand that to this day. Well, this day is the day your ignorance ends. What is plasma?
So plasma is like a big soup of atoms. There are some neutral atoms, but then there's so much energy that some of the atoms get partially ionized. They get their electrons stripped off.
And they're just like, the electrons are just jumping around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have these positive ions, you have the
Nuclei.
negative, you have the negative electrons, and then you do still have some neutral atoms. And because you have all of these charged particles in this big energetic soup, then it means that it's really good at conducting electricity.
Gotcha.
So one of the distinctions between a plasma and a gas is how well it conducts electricity.
And the confusion that I have had about plasma is like, well, if it's just a soup, then how does it still have hydrogen and helium and carbon and oxygen in it? And the answer to that question is, those things are defined by their nuclei, not by their electrons.
Exactly, yes. And it's only a partially ionized gas. So there's also a way to have, if you go all the way back to, a couple 100,000 years after the Big Bang, then we had a different kind of plasma. That was the quark gluon plasma. And
that
that
sounds squishy.
it would be hard to get enough of it to
feel it.
To squish it, yeah.
I've always wondered what the sun would feel like if it didn't burn you. So just like take the energy out of it and just be like, let me touch it.
Well, someone asked a question really similar to that. They asked, or do you want to read it?
Yes, it's from Peter, who asks, what kind of vehicle would you need to travel through or across the sun, assuming you could magically ignore the heat and gravity? Oh, Peter and I are right on the same wavelength. Would it be a car, a submarine, an airplane, a surfboard? Basically, what is the consistency of the plasma of the sun?
Yeah, it's a good question. I had to look into this one. It changes a lot. So if you're talking about the core of the sun, that's actually about 150 times denser than water is.
Okay.
So
I would float.
You would be able to walk on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be like oobleck or maybe even like rock.
Oh, wow.
So you would need...
You might as well be walking on the sun. Smash Mouth was right. You're allowed to laugh, Buzz. You can make noise.
So if you wanted to like drive through the core of the sun, have you seen Atlantis? You know the big drill?
Yeah.
That they
You need a big sun drill.
Yeah, you need a really big sun drill.
Okay, but right at the outside.
At the outside, then you're like getting, that's like upper atmosphere of Earth.
Oh, wow.
You know, you're transitioning to vacuum. So you need like a spaceship that has really good boosters for the very outer bits of the sun.
So you're just like orbiting it, theoretically.
Yeah.
And you're just sort of like going through it.
But then if you go like a little bit deep in, then there is like a layer where you could like swim laps or whatever.
Oh.
Because the density will change from like being really super dense.
So there's like a layer at every...
Yeah.
And basically there's like a point at which I would float. But it'd be in there.
Yeah, you'd be like pretty far in there.
Yeah, I couldn't like see the stars anymore.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Madeline. Can anything become a plasma? If it's hot enough, can there be uranium plasma? Like what? I guess. Yeah. No. Well, look. Why did I say that? I know nothing.
So maybe because uranium is so unstable to radioactive decay, I think it might break up into smaller elements before you could
if there's
fully ionize
that
it.
much energy around, then it's going to be getting hit with some neutrons and stuff.
I think so. Yeah. So it might not live to see enough ionization to become a plasma.
Gotcha.
But I think, in theory, you could make a plasma out of anything because it's only partially ionized. So like we were talking about.
You don't have to get every one of the electrons off. You got to get one off.
Yes. So it can maintain some of its identity.
Yeah. You can make a plasma out of all of my elements. For sure. In fact, the sun, I think, has all of them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Trying to think of... I've got some lead. No. What's the one? Iron. Not lead.
You've got lead in you?
Probably a little bit. I was alive in the 80s.
I've got a lot of plastic in me.
Yeah.
So.
we both got that. I got the lead and the plastic. Okay. The American asks, they wanted to be clear, why don't I have a plasma sword in the year 2025?
Asking the important questions here.
Yeah. It seems like it would be hard to do.
I think it would be.
I mean, what's the stuff inside of the tokamak fusion reactors? That's plasma, right?
That is plasma, yeah.
And they're trying to contain it.
Exactly.
And it costs billions of dollars to make a donut of it.
Yes, it takes the most powerful magnets that humans have ever been able to create to contain the plasma inside these like tiny test nuclear reactors.
Yeah, fusion reactors.
Fusion reactors. So to make a plasma sword, you'd have to have a really strong magnet in a pretty precise shape.
Right. So you gotta hold it, and then you'd have to keep it exactly where it is.
Yes.
Like, I got my plasma sword, and then in order to move it, all the magnets would have to direct the plasma.
Yes. And you probably don't want your cell phone near the plasma.
No, you wouldn't want any, like, don't wear a ring either.
Yeah.
You'll rip your finger right off.
All of the, like, MRI warning signs.
Yeah, that times 100.
Yes, exactly. So I think plasma swords would be pretty hard.
Yeah. We have really strong lasers you can buy on eBay, though. So don't do it. But they are there.
Don't do it.
Levy Bauer asks, is sublimation really a direct phase transition between a solid to a gas, or is there like a small microscopic layer where the solid is actually a liquid that then evaporates?
I like the thought process here.
Yeah, can I tell you? Yeah. I am of the opinion, and I believe I have said this in videos before, that there is no liquid, so I hope I'm right.
You are right.
Oh.
Yes. So according to my StatMech final first year of grad school, sublimation and deposition are real independent processes that can happen. This is separate from melting and then evaporating.
Yeah.
Basically, with sublimation, you have a crystal, you have the solid, and then the molecules are peeling off directly from the solid into the the air or whatever.
Yeah, and it's because like the temperature and pressure of the system, like the pressure of the system, would not allow for a liquid to exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Of that material.
and the opposite can happen too. The opposite is deposition, where vapors in the air just directly, instead of condensing and then freezing, they directly deposit into the crystal.
And deposition happens all the time.
Yes.
Especially in labs where they're making cool stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a really important way to grow crystals, or if you see like frost on your windshield in the winter, that's usually also a deposition process.
Yeah, if it's making those cool crystal patterns,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Which happens like every like couple of years, all the cars will be covered in like beautiful, perfect, car-sized snowflakes.
Yeah, yeah.
So cool.
They grow in such cool ways. You can also see sublimation in your freezer if you ever notice that your ice cubes are shrinking.
Yeah.
That's sublimation. So that means that your
Because it's
freezer is not
happening
humid.
too cold for there to be liquid.
Exactly.
But they are still shrinking.
Yes.
This is a related question from Joel, who asks, are the states of matter really a binary thing, or do we just use these ideas to describe a more gradual shift in the molecular structure of matter? I feel like it's a binary thing.
The answer is yes and no.
Okay, great. That's my favorite answer.
So sometimes it is binary. If you're talking about sublimation, the answer is binary. Is this part of the solid or is it part of the gas?
Yeah.
There are certain kinds of phase transitions that don't happen in this binary way. They happen more continuously. We call them continuous phase transitions.
Which ones? In what circumstance? Can I watch?
There is, you can watch one of these. One of the demos that I really like, it is a video of liquid CO2. It's in a chamber, so it's liquid and gas, CO2,
Gotcha.
and then it goes through a continuous phase transition to become a supercritical fluid.
Gotcha. So this is like triple point stuff. Is this
is
related?
beyond the, no,
Okay.
this is a different part of the
Okay.
phase diagram.
Okay.
Basically, there's a point where the supercritical fluid, it reaches a point where the density of the gas and of the liquid are the exact same.
Oh.
And the way that we define the difference between a liquid and a gas is by how dense it is. So if that density matches, then it becomes like one big fluid thing.
Wild.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense that would happen for most things that are liquids and gas. Like there's a point there, because liquid pretty much has a constant density. Am I wrong about that?
A given liquid has a characteristic density, yes.
Gotcha. So you'd have to like figure out a place where
Yes.
the gas has a density. It's still a gas, but has the density of the liquid, and then you're like...
And for most liquids that we know, that's like a really outrageous set of conditions.
Yeah. Carbon X is pretty weird.
It is, yes. Its phases are actually really similar to water, but they happen at lower temperatures and pressures generally.
Yeah.
Since CO2 is, normally a gas at STP. But
Standard temperature and pressure.
yeah, sorry.
Continuing on our journey to better understand phases of matter, which I thought was really simple, and I thought I understood, but I keep learning new things in this one conversation.
Spent 6 years studying it, and I'm nowhere close to done, so.
Okay. Well, Alexis asks, what is up with supercriticality? I think it's so cool, but my brain can't seem to grasp exactly what it means. It's a liquid and a gas at the same time, but those are different things. Did we just kind of talk about that?
We did a little bit,
Okay.
And I'll give another example, but this is just a weird thing. It is, I don't blame Alexis for not being able to parse this. This is a really weird thing that happens in nature, that happens in physics. So the analogy that I like to give is the difference between a gazpacho and like a chunky salad.
Oh, those are pretty different things.
But they have the same ingredients, with like similar ingredients.
Sure. You could make a chunky salad out of the ingredients of a gazpacho.
Yes. And so if you take that chunky salad and you like chop it up a little bit more finely, then like at some point.
All right. I think I did everything. Code 0. Well, this is going to be it for the stream. Good luck, have fun. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you next time.